You know what I'm saying? I
Brother
did go like,
Shaka,
oh, yeah.
let me say this before I go. You are one of the most dangerous brothers in our community. Why? Because he has been listening for a long time, and when you say something, he's going to say, "Wait, but you said this on this day. Here's the video."
And he's going to have the documentation.
He is one of the most dangerous brothers in our community. And so I'm excited that you're here. I'm excited that Soneta's audience now knows about you. He was talking to me about Shaka. I thought he was talking about Shaka almost for a second. Because Soneta love him some Shaka Ma'at forever. So I'm just honored that now we have a more global. I know Rob Moore was kind of making a joke, but he was also making a comment. The reality is that this internet is going to allow Africans all over the world to connect on our interest, and that is powerful. That is powerful.
Yes.
I'm honored to be on. I promise I will communicate with you. I'm watching your shows ardently, Shaka. So whenever you would like me to come and chat with you privately or publicly, please let me know.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, E.T., Ren-I, Shakan Bukemet. I hope there's no denial. You are happy like the Nile. The title of this live stream is Lying Wudjau Emykhet Lacking Comprehension Skills. Let me check the sound quality. Sounds okay on my end. Let me see who's in the place to be. Danny Williams is in the place to be. Now, just in case, let me get the fair use disclaimer out of the way. You never know with those people. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Now I may as well go and share. Oh, you know what? Just in case somebody wants to holler. If somebody wants to get on the panel, here is the link, but you must use a webcam. It's the requirement, and it's been like that for a good while. It's not just today. There's a video Kemet in Ma'at which has over 400,000 views. You have the link in the chat. And also, you know, some strange people out there. If you hear people talking about advocacy, beware. And I think that's about it. So, this is the thumbnail of this video. So on the left, it is Wudjau Emykhet from the team called the Seshu. He is on tape lying several times. Lying is the opposite of Ma'at. Ma'at is truth. So lying is Emykhet. So at the bottom it actually says Emykhet teaches, and Emykhet is also, on lying, but that's how they get down. So I'm just going to play a little bit of the stream that is still going on now, and you will hear that what happened. I was there. I recorded from my phone, so you can see when I type the comments in the chat, and you will see how disrespectful they are. They are behaving like clowns, but it is what it is. To each his own. So, oh, and on the right, that is Emykhet. She was singing. I don't know if she's still singing, and maybe it didn't work. So she's very bitter, very bitter. But it's their world. One thing that is important to know is that 2 days ago, I shared this video where Wudjau Emykhet said he will demonstrate, he will show that Kem is a title. And he was not able to do that. So you have the link in the chat. The video is called Kem is a title, said Wudjau and Wudjau Emykhet, magic Medu nature at work, because that's what they are doing there. They are teaching magic Medu nature, Heka Medu nature. They have the right to, to each his own, So let's go.
Really a stream test. I made some adjustments and rearrangements of the app that we use, and tinkered around a bit just to want to make sure that everything still works as it should and as expected. So just really live now, testing a few things out. And for those who are tuned in, want to hang out a bit, we could kind of chill and chit chat for a bit. I can't see the chat, and I want to say, let me see where I pull this up at, and will it show it? Yeah, there it is. So we have Sonette or Sister Julanda or Julanda Zachary.
And for the record, the title of the live stream is Stream Test Chit Chat. Okay, and you heard him say, okay, chit chat. So I'm like, all right, let's continue.
Julanda, I think it's Julanda. I'm sure I always heard you say it as Julanda, and I think you definitely corrected people instead of Julanda, but Julanda. And if I'm saying it wrong, definitely straighten me out. But peace to the Sister Julanda. Peace to the brother Donnie. Donnie Williams is in the building. And we have Asar in the building. Peace, peace. All right. And we have, didn't pop up yet. There it is. We have Jehudi Ma'at also in the building. Yes, indeed. And some more popping up. Again, I'm...
For the record, you may have heard me talking about OnlyFans Mika. That's her. Well, that's not her, but that's the profile picture that she's using, right? Personating somebody else. And for those who don't know, you can see her real picture. Yeah. Just one moment. I'm gonna share the link in the chat. You have the link in the chat to see her real picture right there. On the right of the screen, that's her real picture. The picture that I showed it. And you will see that in the chat, she's going to talk smack. And I'm going to mention that. And then she became quiet. So she has a right to fake the funk. You know, it's their world. Let's continue.
Test streaming and, you know, chit-chatting at the same time. So just wanted to... we have... Shaka and Dougal Kemet, my aunt forever, is in the building. He asked a question already. Wudjau, did your friends translate over 400 pages of the French book? Which French book are you talking about? You have to, you know, there's a couple of French books that I have, so, or that, you know, I'm familiar with. So you have to let me know which book you're asking about. Peace to the sister Mika.
Now what you can see, that monkey clown Mika, who wrote that guy, because she's a clown, but Sanada said, you know, how she gets down with her mouth, you know, her oral skills, you know what I'm saying? So it's their world. So I wrote Pascal Werner's book, you know, I didn't put book, but you know. And Emykhet here wrote no greetings or nothing, LOL.
Is in the building. So yeah, I appreciate you all tuning in. You know, I'm testing. You know, I made some changes to tinkered.
So notice he said, "Oh yeah, I appreciate you tuning in." That's how it starts. So he read the question, and he said, "I appreciate you tuning in." So there was no problem. We're gonna see how it progresses.
A bit with this streaming app that we're using, and so I'm just testing a few things out. And at the same time, you know, if anybody's tuned in, we could chat it up a bit.
If anybody's tuned in, we can chat it up a bit. He said it. That's his platform. Okay, let's continue.
All right. And so it looks like everything is firing on all cylinders, as they say. You know what? Let me ask y'all something. Oh, we got the brother Kent is in the building. Peace out to the brother Kent. Let me ask you all a question. And this just some random stuff. Like I said, this is kind of chit chat for me. I'm testing things out, chit chat, you know, whatever. But this is just random. You all don't understand how crazy I could be just thinking of some random stuff, and it's triggered by anything. But you know, this is going to tell you all's age, right? Have any of you all heard the saying, "Hold your horses"? And I'm not gonna say anything else about it. Have any of y'all heard the phrase "hold your horses"? And it's said like that: "Hold your horses." And if anybody in the chat is familiar with that, Emykhet, you familiar with that?
Yes, but I think mine has to do with my location at the time. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, you might be literal. I'm just curious with the chat. Okay, so Matt Forever says, I'm thinking is you never apologize for calling a baby crib scholar, so you can't complain about manners. Okay, I'm not sure what that's all about. But just to remind Matt Forever, you had asked me a question about a 400-page French book, but you have to, which book are you speaking about? And that's what I thought your next comment would be that, oh, you did. You said Pascal Vernis. So you're talking about his book on Athribis. Did they translate all 400 pages of the book? They helped translate the book in its entirety. However many pages I don't have it in front of me at the very moment. But why? Why are you asking me that? So, Matt Forever, that's the one question. Why are you asking me that? But number two, when you came on the channel before, I forgot to ask you, or I didn't think to ask you, I should say. Um, the last time we were.
All right. So you heard what he said thus far, that his friends helped to translate a book that is over 400 pages. It's called Arthribis by Pascal Vernus. It's a book written in French, right? Okay. So he said he doesn't know how long it took them. I think he said that, but you know, he's going to go back to that, you know. For the record, Emykhet did write no greetings and nothing, you know, and I told her, Emykhet, you never apologize for calling me is missing, calling me a baby creep scholar, so you can't complain about manners, right? She would apologize shortly after, but then she would behave like a clown. She would behave like an idiot. She would be very disrespectful and condescending, you know, because she's butthurt that her boyfriend, Wudjau, got humiliated, lied publicly, got moonwalked on, and people know that the Seshu are some pseudo people who do magic medunecha. Danny wrote, well, it appears that some people in the chat got both of us blocked. Oh, for real? So I'm not even. No, hold on. It would be funny if they block me when I'm not even there. I left like what, an hour ago or something. Let's see if I'm blocked. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna put the volume down. The ad, so I'm waiting for the ad to go. There's another ad, second one. Okay. Danny wrote specifically Julanda and Asar. Now, let's see. So he has a book coming up in 2025. Now, is it sharing? Yes, let's see. I'm gonna do check. Test. So you can see that I've typed test in the chat. Now I'm going to refresh the page, and if I am blocked, then the comment will not show. I am not blocked. So you are the only one who got blocked. It's okay. Well, I'm going to leave it there because, you know, they're going to run their mouth and act like, you know, they're the people of the town. So, wrong info, Donnie. And who knows, maybe they put you on timeout. Maybe they didn't just block you. Maybe they just put you on timeout. So, let's continue.
Well, maybe not the last time, but one of the last times that you and I were on the same panel was on Smash Rockwell's channel. And you came on, and I'm sure you've seen the video clips where the lack of comprehension is definitely on display. But you came on the channel when...
Right now I was talking about, you know, Pum Pum Smash Rockwell, aka Jonathan Owens, aka Casual from the hip-hop group Hieroglyphics, Oakland, California. So he said, you know, lack of comprehension is on display. You know what I'm
saying? I was showing, we were talking about that particular book that you just asked me about, Arthribis, and the scholarly work by Pascal Vernus. And I think Smash had asked you to read a page, and he was saying, and I'm sure if you go back to the whole video, you know, it'll probably make sense if not. But he was arguing telling me that something was not in the book when it actually was in the book, and that the book never said.
Mind you, for the record, he's talking about something that took place, a conversation that took place 2 years ago, right? I'm talking about something he said like a few weeks ago. I don't even think it was over a month ago, right? But he's free to talk about whatever he wants. I'm just saying, okay? Because like a few weeks ago, I did ask him actually, while going in this panel, I did ask him about the translation of the book, right? So let's continue.
Something that I said it said. And then when you came on and read the French for all of us to hear, you actually read it and showed and proved
V. Bennett is in the place to be.
that what I said was in the book was in fact and indeed in the book. So I'm just curious, and everything I said that was in the book is actually in the book. So I'm just curious to why you're asking me if my French friends translated 400 pages of it or what have you. So I'm just curious about all that good stuff. So, just kind of let me know what's behind that question.
So at this point, he answered he doesn't know how long it took his friends to translate a book that's over 400 pages long from French to English, right? But he said that he's curious about my question. All right. So far, everything is all good, right? So far, he didn't say, oh, you like comprehension issues. We didn't hear his clown girlfriend, Emykhet, say, oh, his English is bad. What I'm saying? He's confrontational. No, not yet. That's coming after. We've been at with them. That's not a deep question at all. It's not a deep question at all. But he's on tape talking about, when we're dealing with books, what I'm saying? And, like, I'm paraphrasing, but, he doesn't address a book that he hasn't read in full, things like that. You have to be very careful with them. That's why I said I paraphrase, because they're going to look for the slightest thing, the picky thing. But he's on tape lying. He lied about the census, right? And he lied about many other things. He lied about Cam being a title. He never demonstrated that. And then he said, just like we or Smart Rocker have not demonstrated that Cam is an adjective. What I'm saying? He gave, his source, which is James P. Allen in the book is Middle Egyptian. What I'm saying? But it's okay. Let's do one thing at a time.
Hold up. So Stizzy, okay, so peace to Stizzy or Mizzy. He said yes. So I think you're saying yes to my question. Have anybody heard Hold Your Horses? Asar says I still use it with my kids in my mentor program. All right. Let's see. Okay, so that's only two people that heard that. So anyway, just real quick on that Hold Your Horses. Now, I just, these random thoughts be coming in my head, and I'm like, hold your horses. And I haven't heard that in a long time.
So far, you can see the clown Emykhet's response. She wrote LOL. Cray, crazy. I said, I'm not saying she called me crazy, but I'm just, saying. She wrote, I said you were calming your baby in the crib like 6, 7, 8 years ago when you took a break live to calm your baby. You got to stop carrying feelings like this, my good brother, Ma'at forever. Make that make sense. Now, here, some people don't like receipts. There's a video entitled Dumb Cheerleader Groupie. You have the link in the chat right there. Now, this video was made 2 years ago. You see the date? May 5th, 2022. It is just like 4 days after the convo took place, right? And look at what she wrote. So her username was longer before. It was Emykhet Aku Kinshai Akinyi. She wrote, this man sitting in a baby crib. Let me make sure it's sharing well. Yes, it is. This man sitting in a baby crib and don't read issues is arguing about. So she's accusing me of not reading issues I'm arguing about. For the record, Wudjau asked me for my home address. I gave it to him. This is on tape. That's when he came on my panel. He said he will send me the book. I did not receive it. He probably will say that he sent it and I just didn't get it. I think he did not send it. I think Asahi Motep slapped him and cursed him out. And then he said, yes, boss, I will obey. But anyway, then she wrote a baby crib professor. So I wrote baby crib scholar. She said baby crib professor. People want to trip about the word scholar instead of professor. Let them trip, right? And she added, I listened to you just now and your books and papers are wrong. Then she wrote, get out the baby crib and read. Okay, so that's just for the record. Now, for those who may wonder, like I told you, this was like 4 days after the convo that took place on Pum Pum Smash Rockwell panel. And I have uploaded an excerpt from that convo, and it's called Asar and Wudjau versus all Egyptologists in the world. And here you can see the date, May 1st, 2022, right? Okay, so 4 days prior, me addressing her, labeling me a baby crib professor, right? There was this video. And you have the link to the full video on Pum Pum Smash Rockwell panel. So if we click here, it says 2 years ago and stream live May 1st, 2022. All right. So that was 2 years ago. Okay. But what did she type? She typed, I said you were calming your baby in the crib. So she's lying about talking. She said I was calming my baby in the crib. It's okay. They lie all the time, but we have receipts. And she wrote like 6, 7, 8 years ago. Now, who is lacking comprehension skills? 2 years became minimum 6 years. 2 years became 6 to 8 years. 6, 7, 8 years. Make that make sense. Donnie Williams put that emoji. She is a clown. Emykhet is a clown. Wudjau is a clown also, and they are both liars. Emykhet teaches. Disorder teaches. Behaving in a manner that can be labeled Emykhet if we deal with the Medunetcher or hieroglyphic. The opposite of Ma'at. Truth, order, and so on. Chaos, disorder. That's how they get down. Let's continue.
You know, I'm from DC, and my family, you know, I'm from DC.
VB, he's from your hometown.
DMV, you know, DC, born and raised in DC.
VB, I hope it's not related to you. I was not related to you because I wouldn't like, you know, me saying those things and it's like somebody that's somehow somewhere related to you. Then you realize what LOL.
DC, Maryland, and but I have family in the Carolinas, and I don't know where I first heard that from, but I don't know why it just popped up recently. Hold your horses. I'm like, who would start saying hold your horses if the saying didn't come about from somebody whose environment was literally dealing with horses? Like, hold your horses, which means calm down and be patient. That's the meaning.
VB wrote, I'm not from DMV, I'm from 15th and CNE. Well, I missed it if he said, DMV, but, you guys know all the terms, all the slangs, all the locations, in America, regardless, not just Washington. Donnie wrote, indeed.
Meaning behind it. But hold your horses? That was just funny. And I don't know. And I thought about it and I just bust out laughing for no reason. And if anybody was watching me, they'll probably think I'm crazy because I just bust out. And that was just crazy. So hold your horses. But Emykhet, what was the meaning? You said because of your environment. What was the meaning?
Oh, the meaning behind it, yeah. If like somebody's getting agitated or
you can see that I responded to Clown Emykhet. I put at Emykhet. When you do that, the person's name is highlighted. As a matter of fact, it seems like even if you don't put the at, the name is still highlighted. But anyway, VB wrote he from Maryland, but it doesn't matter. I'm not from Maryland or Virginia. I'm one of them DC pluralist fools, LOL. So you can see my response to Emykhet. I wrote at Emykhet, you just wrote 6-7 years ago. What? Sorry, that's a great lie. I put lie in capital. And in parentheses, I've put Emykhet. She knows that word, she knows. I'm not in her brain, I'm not in her mind. But since they know my at, her clown boyfriend, Wudjau, has my at in his longer form, his name, So I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty convinced that she knows what Emykhet is. So Emykhet is chaos, disorder, falsehood, and what have you. And I added, and you labeled me a baby creep scholar, and I wrote stop lying. Okay, so far it's all good, no drama. I'm just telling her, look, stop lying. You're not dealing with Batishan, you're not dealing with your clan Riparianites right now. Recognize who you're dealing with. Stop lying, right?
somebody's rushing something or whatever in a conversation or trying to get something moved quickly or whatever, you say, ho, come, hold your horses, or somebody's about to take something the wrong way. You can say, hold your horses, that's not what I meant, or whatever.
Oh, okay. All right. So, my forever, you said, how long did it take them to translate over 400 pages? I'm not sure. So, I really can't answer that.
So, he said he's not sure. Right? So far, everything's all good. He's not sure. Okay, fine. So, let's continue.
I'm not sure. But still, my question, maybe you answered it by now. I'm going to keep scrolling down. I'm just trying to figure out why you're asking me these questions. But I don't know about how long it took them to do it.
So he repeated, he doesn't know about how long it took them to translate that French book by Pascal Vernes called Athribis from French to English, right? So here you can see me typing roughly how long? Question mark. 2 weeks.
All right.
2 months.
How long would it take you to do it? That's
2 years. And you can hear he's asking me how long it would take me to do it. So far, there's no problem with the translation of the book. You see, the convo is great. It's good. Now, there's one thing that, sometimes I don't realize on the spot. You have some people who are scared of me, right? But brothers and sisters, if you are not lying, and I'm not talking about having said one lie every now and then, he lies on a regular basis, right? Not saying he lies every day, but, we've seen him lying, several times, right? And he knows that he's teaching pseudo stuff, right? So he is uncomfortable. He's, he's afraid, right? So after you will hear the things that he's gonna say, and I realize, damn, he's just so panic stricken when he sees me or hears me. So stand on truth and principles, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, and you will not have to fear people. But those who lie, those who are disingenuous, right? They're not comfortable. Notice most of the time it doesn't even show his face, because on the facial expression you can tell when people are not being genuine. You understand what I'm saying? So most of the time he's just hiding. Most of the time he doesn't even put his profile picture. He puts something else. But he's free to do what he wants. I'm just saying, right? So far the conversation about the book and the translation, no issue, no problem, right? So I'm asking, how long roughly? 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years? If they are your friends and they translated the book, well, you know how long it must have took them, right? Because you spoke about that. They didn't just one day sent you a PDF or Word document or whatever document that was and say, hey, look, I translated 400 pages from French to English just for your lovely eyes. Now, lovely eyes, that's an expression they have in French, but don't want people to think anything. In America, some people say kiss my ASS. We don't say stuff like that. We're not accusing anybody of being, alternative. But anyway. Now, V. Bennett wrote, why he don't want to learn from you, Sha? I don't expect him to learn from me, Don't expect him to learn from me, Let's continue. Well, he could learn character from me. He could learn truth, being truthful from me. He could learn that, right? Not lying several times publicly live on air, right? He could learn not running Houston Bolt from me. But let's continue.
That's another question on top of my other question that I'm curious to know why you're asking me all these questions, because I don't see the relevancy of it at all.
Now he said he doesn't see the relevancy of it at all. Okay, fine, so good.
And it would only be relevant if at any point in time ever did I misrepresent something coming from that book. Otherwise, asking me who translated like you did before when you were on the panel, and then asking me, did they translate 400 or some odd pages, and then how long it takes, I don't see the relevancy of all of it, of any of that.
So first is chit chat.
Then you ask, smash.
Then you ask a question, and it's like, I don't see the relevancy. Okay, fine. Okay, no problem. It's gonna go up. Then you wrote on a reservation. What do you mean, brother?
Paco said the Hyksos are fake. They made that up. Oh, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would mean. I have no idea how they could be fake or who made what up. I don't know.
Now, I know that many times people don't check the links, but I'm just going to share it. I'm not going to play any excerpt, but for those who don't know, Boom Boom Smash Rockwell did say that the Hyksos are fake. They made that up. And he's on tape saying that. I'm sharing the link. Danny Williams wrote, yes, he did say that. See, when you stand on truth and principles, you don't need to lie on people. So here's the link. Smash Rockwell lying, reaching, and in his feelings. We hear him say that the Hyksos are fake. They made that up. Let's continue.
Judy Mott said that was a learning moment. Yeah, that was definitely a lack of comprehension on display, and I just can't be bothered.
Now here I noticed Jehuti Ma'at wrote ask ChatGTP, but I don't know who it was directed to. So I'm like, okay, I'll leave it alone.
I can't be bothered. Um. Okay, so definitely a southern. Okay, it's a southern phrase. All right. Yeah, it's a southern. Like I said, my family. I have a lot of family from the Carolinas, and I just remember my grandmother used to say it.
Then we have the clown Mika who wrote Jeuti LOL. So, maybe she feels like it was directed at me because, she's a clown and she will, do so many things with her mouth on so many different people. Sanetta said it, she did not deny, and anybody that's not butt kissing Saw Imhotep claiming that Allah is in the Egyptian text, she goes against them, right? She has blocked people who did not agree with the fake linguist Saw Imhotep. She has done that, you know what I'm saying? And right now she cannot block them on Filthy Frankie Scam Chatter's platforms anymore, right? So she's not feeling so well. Plus, she's been, uncovered, right?
Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Yeah. So that was definitely Oh, he said roughly how long? 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. Yeah, I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't know.
So now it gets interesting. Now he cannot answer that. Once again, if you have friends that translate a book from French to English, does it make sense that you don't know if it took them roughly 2 years? Roughly 2 weeks, roughly 2 months, roughly 2 years? So here he is not being truthful, but it's not the only time. Now, you will see Emykhet's comment. Donnie wrote that something you'll recall. See, I don't expect you to tell me what it took them 3 months, 15 days, 43 minutes, and 16 seconds. I wrote roughly. You know what I'm saying? Donnie wrote, that's a big deal. It is a big deal to translate a book that's over 400 pages long from French to English. It is a big deal. So you're supposed to know roughly how long it took, right? So I'll wait for Emykhet's comment, Clown Emykhet's comment to go up because there's that heart icon that's in the way.
I really don't know. I can't answer that. So, I mean.
There we go. It went up. Now, Emykhet wrote, it's a rough estimate. She's talking about her saying, that she told me that, I was looking, after my daughter 6, 7, 8 years ago. She wrote, it's a rough estimate. But you can correct me. Feel free to do that. I did that already. I did not specify how long it was, but I just told her it was a lie. So for Emykhet, Clown Emykhet, sorry, with her comprehension issues, with her lack of comprehension, something that took place 2 years ago, she's going to go public and said 6, 7, 8 years ago. And that's a rough estimate. So her clown boyfriend, Wudjau, right? If you ask him how long did it take your friends to translate that book from French to English, he says he doesn't know. You ask him, okay, roughly 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, he doesn't know. But her, when she makes a rough estimate, 2 years, multiply that by 3, that gives you 6 years. And she put 6, 7, 8 years. So make that make sense. Make that make sense. Then she wrote, I didn't memorize it to be exact. Wasn't that important to me? Oh, being factual is not important to you. We know that you are a clown groupie, It's okay. And then she added, you have this in your heart, so I am sure you have the right time. Oh, it's in my heart. I documented that. You are a clown, disgusting, disrespectful, butt kisser. You are butt kissing the Imhotep who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that Allah is an indigenous African god, that Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba, and many other ridiculous claims, which makes you a pseudo by default. Clown Emykhet, you are a pseudo clown by default, right? Clown Wudjau is also a pseudo clown by default, right? Now, Wudjau, isn't he on tape saying that Osai Imhotep is a linguist? And Wudjau has been, and he is actually, isn't he older than Osai Imhotep? Now, it doesn't mean that you have to follow people if they're older than you, but just for the record, right? So Wudjau also, this clown dude, he's butt kissing Osai Imhotep, who's on tape saying that Allah is in the Egyptian text. And then they have the nerve to say that people lack comprehension issues. Osai is on tape lying, saying that he studied linguistics formally. Now he said that in 2012 because they may say, oh, actually he enrolled last year or last month or 2 years ago, right? In 2012, he's on tape saying that he studied linguistics formally. He's on tape. So Allah is in Egyptian text. Did he demonstrate that? Did he show and prove? Did he back that up? Some people say source up or shut up. So these clown Seshu are butt kissing a dude who said that Allah is an indigenous African god, that Allah is in the Egyptian text, and they have the nerve to say that people lack a comprehension issue. Make that make sense. But they did this to themselves. They did this to themselves. Let's continue.
I'm not sure how that's relevant to anything. I really don't. Same thing with Mboli's book. Mboli's book is like over 650 whatever pages. Unless somebody misrepresents something, I don't see the relevancy of it. Unless you just, I mean, we are chit chatting, so I get it. You might want to just, I guess you're just chit chatting.
We're all chit chatting. I guess you're just chit chatting. So far it's all good, but he's scared. He's panic stricken because he knows how I get down. You know, he knows he can be long-winded and use this vocabulary that most of his clown followers don't even understand, right? And they're thinking, like Batishon, and they're thinking he makes sense, but he knows he doesn't work with me. He knows that. So he knows he has to be careful about what he says. Bennett wrote, yeah, yes, that is a big deal because you don't have to lie about your credentials to know stuff. Indeed, you don't have to lie about your credentials, you know?
That's fine. Mika, all right, y'all having that. All right. Nothing but facts. My family is still in the South. Yeah. Nah, this is the hold your horses, these sayings, because
now for the record, you can see that when I'm typing, there is this automatic, you know, quote unquote correction, for lack of a better word, you know, tool. So it's, you know, having prepositions. So a lot of time you see that I have to go back and I have to correct. So sometimes you make a typo yourself. Sometimes it is, you know, the AI or whatever they call it stuff that does it, because you will see Emykhet talking about me struggling with language over a typo with one letter. Instead of I, it was a letter A. And that clown Emykhet, we make a big deal out of that. But that's the one who said 6, 7, 8 years ago for something that took place 2 years ago. You will hear that took place perfectly. I'm not losing sleep over it. You know, I'm just documenting that, and then I keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if any of y'all are friends with me on Facebook. I have these series of posts I do. I used to do it a lot, but I'm probably get back into it. I have these series of posts where I will put up saying.
Danny wrote, "We got you, Shaka. We understand." But this clown Emykhet doesn't understand, except for butt kissing Osai Imhotep. She doesn't understand much, you know.
Sayings, and they're like saying wisdom sayings, wisdom nuggets. I call them jewelry or I forgot what I used to call them, wisdom jewelry or urban wisdom nuggets. You know, these are sayings that I remember growing up. I remember older folks saying, even if I hear it now.
So right now you can see what I wrote. Wudjau. So you don't know how long your friends, now I meant to type took to translate, but it says to translate. Okay, they can have a party over that if they want, you know. A French book, not even roughly, whether 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. Would you say 2 decades or more? Right? Because right now I'm like, okay, he doesn't even know, like 2 months, 2 years, or what? Would you say 2 decades? You know, I'm trying to have an estimate, you know, roughly. That's what I wrote, right? Let's continue.
Now, or whatever, and I would post it up, and I might start doing that again. But that's one of. I mean, that's not a wisdom saying. That's just a saying. Hold your horses. All right, here's another one. And Asar, since your family from the South, spell out for me, please, or tell me if any of y'all heard this.
Now, V. Bennett wrote, he must be young. He's older than Wudjau Emykhet. Isn't he, Donnie? Donnie wrote no, VB. Now, I don't know their age, you know, but it was stated one time, you know. It was stated, probably by Wudjau himself.
This saying said this way, and I'm gonna try to do it, but don't laugh. But this is the saying right here. Good gracious alive. Have any of y'all heard that? Good gracious alive. So one, tell me if you heard that before, the way I did it. And then two, spell it all the way out, how the formal words of that. Good gracious alive.
VB wrote, how old is Wudjau Emykhet? I have no clue. I have no clue.
Full phrase of that. All right, so somebody do that for me. Help me out. All right, so Sar is saying, Wudjau, are there any scholars?
But if I was to guess, I would say that he is definitely in his 40s. You know, I don't know if he reached his 50s, but you know, I'm just saying this because the question was asked in the chat, you know, because you know, this clown over there, they may say, look, man, he's worrying about the dude's age. You know, I'm just live and, you know, dealing with what's going on in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We have the right to quote unquote chit chat.
Books on the life of Amenhotep III or the Kemet during the peaceful golden age. Yes, I mean, I would say yes immediately. Yes, there are books. Man, as far as helping you with some titles, I can't do that right this moment. But do this. Email me. Because I just, you know, like I'm totally I don't have anything in front of me. And I would be pretty much going on a wild goose chase to dig up a title for you right this minute, you know, or a few titles. But there definitely are, because I have some myself, read some. I try to read as much as I can about, you know, ancient Egypt and stuff. And I know there are some scholarly works on Amenhotep III. Definitely Kemet during the so-called golden age, for sure. But as far as some good titles I can give you, email me.
Now look at this. Emykhet wrote, even though she's being, you know, a little bit slick, if it helps you move forward, she wrote, I'm sorry for mentioning you, a baby, a crib, and a scholarship in the manner. I'm sure you remember me mentioning it. Now notice, you know, at least one letter is missing. You know, at least I am sure you remember me mentioning it. I don't make a big deal out of it, but you will see how she will make a big deal over one letter, a typo with one letter when it comes to me, right? Then she wrote, my sincerest apologies. Now let's move forward in this lovely 2024 at Ma'at Forever. And you can see that I wrote immediately after, Emykhet, I accept your apology. And I put the thumbs up and the emoji with the sunglasses that I like to use, you know. All right. And I even thought, hey, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna ask if you want to share the link so I can state for the record that I appreciate and respect her apologizing, right? Donnie wrote York student VB that might give it context. Well, he was a member of the Nubians and he worked on the legal defense of Malachi Z. York, Dwight York. He said it, he said it. Said it on Garfield's live stream. I think it's still up, what I'm saying? So, it's not a secret, He worked on the defense of York to a certain point, and then he went to some other adventures, He probably realized some stuff and, he bounced.
And my email is at wudjau@gmail.com. Yep, wudjau@gmail. Or leave a comment under this video, like, later on or whatever. Leave a comment under this video and I'll come back to it. Try to dig something up. Come back to it. Okay, so Matt Forever says, Wudjau, so you don't know how long your friends, I guess he says, took to translate a French book, not even roughly, whether 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. Would you say 2 decades or more? What's the relevance? Because you definitely, I don't.
Now notice he asked me how long it would take me to translate the book. I did not tell him what's the relevance. He's free to ask me that, right? But now he's running from the question. What's the relevance? Now, I have a feeling that his friends did not translate a book from French to English that is over 400 pages long. His friends, as he calls them, probably translated some passages from the book, some paragraphs, who knows, maybe some chapters. But I doubt that his friends translated that book, which is over 400 pages long. It may actually be 500 pages long, but sometimes from one editor to the next, the page numbers may go up and down just a little bit, right? So those people, you have to be careful, because if I say 500 pages and it's 495, it's going to say no, it's not 400 pages, it's 495, right? So I said it for the record, but he knows that I'm doubting that, he knows. And Donnie Williams wrote, we share the sentiment, Shaka, so I'm not the only one. B. Bennett talking about Dwight York, that they call Malachi York, manipulator and molester, Let's continue.
Mind going on wild goose chases, because that's what they're for. But I'm just not. I'm not interested in hunting right now. So Shaka, let me know. Explain the relevance of this first.
So here you see, you want to share the link. Just a question. Now, Wudjau said, explain the relevancy first, as if I tell him why I asked a question, then he's going to go in details. No, he's just running from the question. He's diverting. But many people do that. See, a lot of people, they're not used to individuals, right? We have a discussion, not to say debate, and you will ask them a question and they will get back at you with a question, or they will just change the topic. Many people do that, and many people are not used to that, right? Now, one thing, and I think people have noticed, a lot of time when people change the topic, change the subject, they divert or they ask another question, a lot of time I answer the question that they ask me. When they answer a question with a question, or they talk about something else, I comment, but then I go back to the main question. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people think that when they answer a question with a question, or they divert to talk about a different topic when they run, like Houston Bolt and all that, and I'm commenting on the other topic, that they addressed, and they thinking, yeah, that's it, I succeeded. And then when I go back to the main question that I asked that they ran from, then they are feeling a certain way. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's continue.
Then I may entertain your further questions, because
then he may entertain my further questions. So far, no problem, no comprehension issues. Everything's all good.
I'm just chit chatting. I'm trying to entertain
He's just chit chatting. No problem for now. Okay.
everything. Let me see. I was trying to see if anybody heard that. Okay, see, yep, Asar heard it. Asar has said, he said, good gracious live. Gracious is the only full word said. Yeah, good gracious alive.
You could see that I connected my Bluetooth earpieces, so that's why there's like a 2 to 5 seconds. Let's say roughly. Let's make an estimate. 2 to 5 seconds that we did not hear. Okay.
Yeah, but it comes from a whole phrase, and I just forgot what the whole phrase was. And that's another thing my grandmother used to say. Good gracious alive. You know, that's another thing. But it comes from a whole phrase, and I just forgot it. I forgot what the whole formal phrase is. It's like a sentence. My father says you won't. Oh, you want to share the link? Oh, the link for this. Well, see, because I'm testing some things out, I didn't prepare to share the link or anything tonight.
He said he didn't prepare to share the link tonight. I did not prepare to share the link, right? But it's okay. He's free to do what he wants. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But I mean, it seems like you're doing a good job typing. So just let me know the relevance of you asking me how long did it take to translate from French to English.
And then he says he seems like I'm doing a good job typing. So he's expecting that I'm just gonna be here and type all night. Homie, please. But hey, he's free to say and do whatever he wants.
A 400-page book. Or this particular
trying to get a job.
Yeah.
You heard that clown Emykhet asking if I'm trying to get a job, and then she laughs. They are butthurt because her clown boyfriend Wudjau is on tape lying. He's on tape humiliating himself. He's the one who said that came as a title, and he would show that and demonstrate that, and he never did. And there's so many other things, that's just weird that he said, you know what I'm saying? And that's after she acted like she apologized. She wrote that, but she didn't mean it, obviously. But it's going to get way worse. We just moving into it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, are you trying to hook yourself up for a job forever? Because I know you speak French. So is it, are you trying to find information so you can chat somebody? Or what's up?
Yeah. Because Shaka, because I think you are.
And clearly, if you ask, how long did it take them to translate a 400-page book from French to English, does it sound like you're searching for a job or looking for a job? But they usually divert, you know what I'm saying, and they try to flip the script. So it's all good, So far, I didn't take offense at that, Let's continue.
I think French is your
now that clown Jehuti Ma'at is laughing in the chat, putting his laughing emojis, you know what I'm saying, but he's a butt kisser of the pseudo, so anything the pseudo says, he's gonna agree with it.
Other tongue, or I definitely know you speak French for sure, but is it your mother tongue and then English, or you learn both at the same time, or whatever? But regardless, I may
now notice he asked me about languages, French, English. So far, no problem. It's all good, right? Okay, so he can ask me those questions, right? Okay, no problem.
He contact you. I don't know if you offer services. Do you offer translation services?
He may contact me. He's asking me if I'm offering translation services, right? So no issues so far.
That would be a good question. Maybe
that would be a good question. And he likes to do stuff like that, But a lot of his followers, they're just clowns that they don't get it, But he throws shots. He throws shots like that. That may be a good question. In other words, your question is not a good question, but it's okay. I didn't lose sleep over it. I'm not taking offense at that. I know how much of a clown he is, so hey, it comes with the territory.
Maybe you're asking me because you could do it fast. Maybe you could do 400 pages in 12 hours. Within 24 hours. And if that's the case, then
seems like he took offense at my question. I asked him, okay, would you say a decade or 2 decades or more, right? Okay.
You're the man. You are the man.
I think he's trying to study the competition. You know how they say you gotta study how long to take, how much to charge, and then do better.
Oh, right.
That clown Mika wrote, I don't trust him. Well, Mika, we don't trust you. You show a fake picture. Sanana in the past said how you get down. She said the names of the 2 brothers you met. Let's continue.
Right. Well, it was free, so let me put it out there. I this English with the book of Thribis was free, so.
And for the record, he is still talking about the translation of that book by Pascal Vernus called Athribis, right? And he said it was free. So they did it for free. Let's continue.
All right. So see, here it is. Here comes the silliness. Now I'm being accused of running.
Now he said, here comes the silliness. Silliness. Okay, I ain't losing sleep over it.
From a question. And he says, we're used to you quitting. Who is the we? Everybody knows I don't quit. I'll pull up on anybody in a minute. I don't run from nothing. I don't quit. I'm MC Iron Lung.
Wudjau, please. We've seen you running over and over and over again. When you are asked a simple question, you are long-winded and a mofo. You are on tape saying that Chem is a title. You claim you will demonstrate that. You used Pascal Vernus's book Athribis, and you have the spelling at the bottom. And you are not able to demonstrate that Chem is a title. It was embarrassing. And after that, you went on hiatus for about a year. About a year. That's an estimation. So you are known as a dude that runs, right? But anyway, let's continue.
I talk a lot to quit. I talk too much to quit. Stop lying.
Freudian slip. I talk a lot to quit. Yes, you do talk a lot in order to quit. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, people just be doing anything. Like, come on. Like, how old are you?
Myself, and I.
Oh, now he's asking me how old I am now. Okay. And Clown Emykhet, I guess if that's how she sings, I understand why, her career didn't take off, but she sang.
The we.
Yeah, who's the we? We used to you quitting. That don't even sound right. I'm curious, how old are you, Shaka? Like for real, on these YouTube streets and things, we have to get over the immature, juvenile
silliness. Now, immature, juvenile. All right, but you're the one who claimed that Chem is a title, homie. You're the one who said you will back it up, you will show us, and you never showed it. You're the one who lied about the census, and you lied about other stuff.
Petty stuff that people be doing.
Petty.
Like, come on. It's crazy. It is crazy out here. I'm gonna put on a calm and chilled stream, testing these things out. Matter of fact, I need to test some things out. Let me see. I can make that big. All right, and the title's still there. Okay. All right, that's cool. That's cool. And I got the lower third going on with my odds crazy comment.
My odds crazy comment. Oh my goodness. That's how it starts.
On the screen. Let's put another comment on the screen. Wudjau says it's chit chat. Then when asked a question, he asks, what is the relevance of your question? Of course, because I'm answering your questions, but you're asking question after question.
Now, remember what I told you earlier? You can see on the screen, I type, Wudjau says, and he says it's chat. I meant to type chit chat, of course. So instead of the letter I, it's the letter A. And look at this clown, Emykhet. She wrote chit chat in the chat. She put chat in capital letters. Remember when I put her, she lied, and I put lie in capital letter? So she's trying to get back. And she wrote English, my friend, clown Emykhet. When you made typos, I didn't make a big deal out of it, idiot. Right? And that punk Wudjau is laughing about it. Donnie wrote, they know what you were saying. No, they know. I mean, you know, when he read my comment, he didn't read chat, he read chit chat, you know. So he's that clown Emykhet, butt kissing a fake linguist, a pseudo who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text, and she has the nerve to type English, my friend, over a letter. Now, I wrote, addressing Wudjau, you did quit after you claimed you will demonstrate that Chem is a title. We nearly all seen it, for the record, because he's like, oh, what are you talking about? Who's we? You know, we've seen it.
And short of me saying is getting.
Well, I didn't even notice that punk Wudjau, but he wrote, the question is weird. You have to admit it. Well, punk Wudjau clown, if the question was weird, why didn't Wudjau said from the get-go that it was weird? Right? But Allah is in the Egyptian text. That's not weird. Punk Wudjau clown. Now, for those who don't know, that all these Seshu people, this team, clown Wudjau, clown Emykhet, clown Batisham, and all these punks here, they are all butt kissing a fake linguist, and you will hear the claims that they are. Now, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text. The god Allah is an indigenous African god. Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
okay. Have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it is not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my point.
It's spoken right now. And what I did is I used IPA because Yoruba has its own orthographic system.
It's a convention for sounds. These are all symbols. That's the whole point of writing. They're just symbols to represent sounds. We understand that. The issue is that it's not attested in terms of a living.
So this is what I'm hearing as a lack of understanding. What you just said, you said I didn't reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Akan. He doesn't need to reconstruct Somali. He also doesn't need to reconstruct Hausa. But what he does need to reconstruct is the one that I'm saying that he did not reconstruct.
Here's the question.
Please, just hold on 1 second because.
I understand. Believe me, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you this.
Then let me make this last point, please. Just let me make this last point. So you're saying that I didn't reconstruct a language that is attested right now. You don't reconstruct languages that are attested right now. You write them down.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is trying to teach them how to improve. It's like it's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit, basically. Right? He's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. It's not in the tone of a dialogue. And because of that, that's why he doesn't, it just comes off as just complaining or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
Alrighty, as mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Emykhet. Some others may know me by Ifamu Yiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist, an artist, poet, photographer, music producer, soon to be filmmaker, and a host of other things I like to dabble in seriously.
As you said, I am Asar Emykhet. I am first and foremost, I'm a computer software programmer and linguist and historian of ancient Egyptian and Bantu studies. And I'm happy to be here on your show and to share some of my research with your audience.
Did we have the clip where he talked about the English word fly? You have it? Dang. I don't think we had it, but I played it before. Exhibit A. In the chat. Here's a link. Guess who said that the English word, guess who said that the English word fly comes from the hieroglyphic keper? Keper. Let's hear it. It's timestamp 200, minute 2.
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the k prefix sound in there in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F, in English. It's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all in Indo-European. It's in every African language.
You know what's funny? I did not really notice that before. But he may say he's not the one who wrote that. But here we have KPR, keper, equals fly, equals voir. So I don't know what language voir is. Equals voler. Voler is French. It's the verb to fly. And at the bottom we have KPR equals FR equals VR equals VR. So I don't know who typed that, but we heard what he said. That dude who said that the English word fly derives from the hieroglyphic Emykhet or Keper. That's the fake linguist Asar Imhotep, the guy who said not only that he is a linguist but also a historian. As a matter of fact, he didn't just simply say linguist, he said anthropological linguist. So Clown Emykhet, over one letter, right? Cheat misspelled chat because of the typo, right? Over one letter, right? Letter A instead of the letter I, you wrote English, my friend. Well, that dude that you've been butt kissing, and Smash Rockwell talked about, but I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill. But he insinuated some things, but I'll leave it there. That dude that you've been butt kissing for years, English. Do you agree with that, Emykhet? Punk, Jeutima, do you agree with that? That the English word fly, the English verb fly comes from the Mendu Necher, from the hieroglyphic Emykhet? Just asking. Let me go through the comments. So Donnie wrote, this is how you know her apology was not Ma'at. Actually, he wrote Ma'aheru. He meant to type Ma'aheru, right? See, I'm not tripping, So Ma'aheru can be translated as true of voice. Sometimes it may be translated as, the justified one, the justified. But anyway, Donnie added, because she kept it up, sorry, shaking my head. Then he added, even I know this dude daggered ASR. Then he added, how do you reconstruct something that's still around? I don't think so. Now, the dude Donnie's talking about is Dr. Obadele Kambon, PhD in linguistics. He's from America, and he's been living in Ghana for years. He's a professor at the university. Donnie wrote, how do you reconstruct something that's still around? I don't think so. And he added, very dismissive. Bennett wrote, this may be the widest thing I've ever heard, LOL. Donnie wrote, just made that up. And he put the cap emojis. And he wrote, his backgrounds never look right. So when I played Asar Imhotep clips, Don Williams put those emojis. Donnie wrote, remember in Living Color Skits, I have 19 jobs, man. That's Harold. What's his, well, never mind, But Harold, that's his first name, his government first name. I'm just reading the comments, what I'm saying. When I say his government's first name, that's Asar Imhotep, the dude that all these clowns from the sexual have been butt kissing for years, even though he's on tape saying that Allah is in the Egyptian text and that Allah is an indigenous African god. Make that make sense? Let's continue.
It's silly or stupid and being offensive and whatnot. I'm asking for the relevance of the question.
So I'm sure Clown Wudjau and Clown Emykhet will not mind me labeling them clowns, because we've heard all the terms he used towards me, right? He said silliness, we heard silly, stupid, pity, and what have you, right?
So I can't ask you a question? That's crazy. That's crazy. Peace to...
It's funny. Clown Wudjau is like, so I can ask you a question? Well, can I ask you a question? I did. Yes, you can ask me a question. What's wrong with you? Did I say, don't ask me any question? Did I say you can't ask me any questions? But he prefers it this way. He knows that if he shares a link, he will not be able to talk his way out of his BS, right? So he's trying to act like he's going to run things, right? But he's still scared and very frightened. So they're going to go up. You're going to hear that Clown Emykhet, you know what I'm saying? Talk about comprehension and all that. And he will also talk about that. Don't start, no, won't be no. Donnie wrote, my apologies. I didn't know that was Dr. Campbell. No, you don't have to apologize, but yes. Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD in linguistics, professor at the University of Accra, which is the capital of Ghana. Let's continue.
To Ramza. Peace to Ramza. Peace to Ramza. Yes, yes. I think Shaka is bored. Like over there in France, I don't know what time it is. He may be bored, and I think he's just trying to kick up some dust.
So remember first. Oh, I appreciate you, coming here. Now, oh, I think he's bored, because he's scared, he's panic-stricken, he's afraid, right? And people can see that he has been running away from a very simple question. First, he's like, I don't know. I say, okay, roughly. So now here goes the ad hominems. Okay, no problem.
But for real, on all seriousness though, Shaka, there are a lot of channels.
Okay, so it was not serious then.
That if you are bored or if you need to kick up some dust to create content for whatever reason, there are a lot of other channels that you could deal with that I'm sure will give you what you want. There's a lot of channels, there's a lot of drama that still goes on. I saw Chief X video recently. I didn't see the video, but I've seen Chief X a title video. I think he was going in on not the Amara. I'm about to say the Amara squad. Boy, I think the pseudo kill.
Okay, so you can tell how long-winded he is. You can tell how long-winded he is. He's talking about so many different people, right? It's a good diversion tactic. Now, Vibene wrote, basically, this is shameless, LOL. Now, for the record, you can see that in the chat. Danny wrote, he sees that, then doesn't, yes, then doesn't see it. Yeah, he saw Chief X video, then he said, okay, no, I didn't see it, but I saw the title. But, hey, he's rumbling. He's just rumbling. Or he's just chit-chatting. So you can see that our address Emykhet, right? Over her tripping because I typed chat instead of cheat, just one letter, A instead of I. At Emykhet, it was a typo, one letter. It's gonna go up so I can read it because the heart is obstructing my view.
Pillars and Unk or whatever, or something to that effect. That was recent. I think Sheffrin had some comments about that. I saw
Sheffrin is mainly doing video games now. He's free to do what he wants, you know what I'm saying? I played video games before in my life, you know what I'm saying? So,
a small clip of something a little earlier today. So it's a lot of drama. It's a lot of channels that you could deal with, but I don't understand. You said you did quit after you claimed you will demonstrate that Kim is a title. We nearly all seen it. He said we nearly. I think you mean we clearly all seen it. That Kim is a title. That's interesting right there. He said we used to you quitting. And then you give this example. Let's say I quit. Let's say your statement.
So for the record, the comment when I responded to Emykhet, it says at Emykhet, it was a typo. One letter, so I forgot the E for one, right? I'll go to the grave with that. One letter, A instead of I. Congratulations. And I gave her that thumbs up emoji, Then that punk Asar wrote, that's not Asar Imhotep. He wrote, the title says chit chat. That other stuff ain't even the vibe. Well, Punk Clown Asar, he was responding to that. There was no problem, no issue. But when I answered his question about who saw me running, then he got in his feelings, right? Now, Mika wrote, dude going around telling people I am a white woman, and she put those 2 laughing emojis. When I will respond, you will see that she will become quiet, right? Let's continue.
It is true. Does this single statement give you reason to say we're used to you quitting, to make it seem like that's something that I do, even if that statement is true? But for everybody else, what Shaka is trying to talk about is the word Kim.
Now, Donnie wrote, stop the cap, Mika.
In people's names, usually in this around the 6th dynasty of Kemet, you have a group of people whose names have Kim in it. Neongpepi Kim being the probably most popular one that people may remember. Neongpepi Kim, and the whole point of that name being brought up is that it was argued or claimed that that Neongpepi Kim is so named because he's black, and even the scholars that discuss his name and things like that will not agree with that. That he was called this because he was black as a literal designation. Because you
scholars, no appeal to authority now. No appeal to authority now. Right now, you can hear him running from his own claim. That was his claim. I didn't wake up and say, hey, can you demonstrate this because I want you to demonstrate that. He claimed that Kim is a title. I asked him if he can show and prove, if he can demonstrate. He said, yes, he will. And for 3 hours, he was unable to do so. And once again, after that, he went on hiatus. And for those who don't know, I have shared the link, but you know what? I can share it again. So you can hear his magic medunecher at work. And you will hear him talk about, appealing to authority. There it is. Kem is a title, said Wudjau Emykhet, magic medunecher at work. Let's continue.
You have Neongpepi Dashir, or not Neongpepi, but another relative that's called Red, and the scholars said it's used to distinguish, etc., etc. So in terms of a title and not a literal description is like everybody and their mother knows that. But let's keep on.
What did he say? Hold on. Let me go back. Hold on. 24:23. Oh, somebody hit the panel. What's up,
what's
Benny?
up,
How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling,
What's up,
man.
brother?
Good morning. How you doing, bro? You good?
Morning. I'm chilling, brother. I'm chilling. He said everybody and their mother knows that, but I went back a few seconds, so feel free. Then I will go back to it. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it just seemed kind of like at the end of the day, he'd be much better to just admit where he's wrong at and have a laugh about it and move on as as two fellows that are excited and deeply interested in in scholarship and learning, and because after all, scholarship is mostly learning. You know what I'm saying? Like you teach, but without the learning, you're no good as a teacher anyway. So you got to have a love for research and a love for learning, even a love for being corrected. You know, um,
Yeah,
so
I
I,
agree.
I just think they should start over because when you look at scholars, I mean the ones that I've looked at interact with public, and maybe sometimes they get called out and get corrected, and you look at how the scholar deals with it and reacts to it. It will tell you a lot about them. You know what I'm saying? Even some of the greatest, not even some of the greatest, all the greatest have been corrected, from time to time by their peers or even students. It could be maybe they, you never know what it was, but I mean, you can kind of tell when somebody's clinging on to something that they just don't want to let go of, but you can't prove it. But why are you clinging on to it if you can't prove it in the first place? Why is it necessary to cling on to a concept that you don't know to be fact?
Because he's
It just
disingenuous. He's a liar. He's a fat teacher with his behavior. You know what I'm saying? And
mm,
many times people heard me say, "Thank you for the correction. Thanks for the correction." And many other people have said that also. But his ego is just off the roof. He thinks he's one of the best. You know what I'm saying? And as a matter of fact, when we spoke,
mm,
I told him that I heard him say that he's an expert on the meta nature, and he's like, "No, no, I never said that. Prove that I said that." I told him, "Look, I cannot I cannot tell you which video it was, and I would not go and listen to your 4 hour live streams to find out. But I'm
yeah,
saying that I heard Wudjau say during the live stream that he's an expert on the meta nature, and I'm sure some other people have heard him say that, right? But just for the record,
but you know what? It's like, yeah, because well, I mean, if you want to call yourself an expert, you know, May I don't think he's an expert on the metal netter. I mean, because to be an expert on the metal netter,
I am
that's
not.
saying a lot. That's what I
I
mean.
am
You
not.
know what I mean?
I am
You
not an
you
expert on
can
meta
know
nature.
you can know a whole lot about the metal netter, but to call yourself or anyone to call themselves an expert, it kind of means like they need to be at the top of their field. They need to be the groundbreaker. They need to be breaking new ground in the metal netter. You know what I'm saying? To kind of carry that, or maybe I'm going a little too far, but come on, isn't it hard to carry that bag? That bag is the expert bag. Isn't it better to just know what you know and show what you know?
The things that he's free to say what he wants, But when I told him, I heard you said you're an expert because actually,
Mhm.
Pum Pum Smash Rockwell, that was his live stream, and it was Onk who asked, you know, if we are experts, right? And I said I'm not an expert. He asked Smash Rockwell. Smash Rockwell said no, and then Ujau answered no, and I told him I heard you say you're an expert, and then he denied saying that. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm gonna play it. I'm not gonna go to his, like I said, his 4 hour live streams to
But
find
you
out
know
when he
what?
said it. But hold on, Donnie wrote, he said the tenor makes him an expert. So that means you
Mhm.
heard him say that, Donnie Williams, right? But feel free, V Bennett.
Uh, yeah, man. But I just to me it just seems like it's just it's not about learning and not about scholarship, more about like ego, not even about interest. Because look, man, isn't it much funner to be like to be on a journey that you're enjoying and you're learning? Because a journey, you're coming across new things, you're learning new things, you're examining things or having ideas that you never conceived of before or thought of before. Isn't that part of the joy? I mean, it just seems like he ain't having too much joy. And I don't mean him either. Because when you take it, just seems to me like some of these guys hold on to stuff. It's okay to say, you know what, I was taught something 10 years ago and it really had a profound impact on my life. But I found out it wasn't true. That's okay to say. That's everybody's story. That's hopefully that's a sign of growth, that you're continuing to grow, that you've changed, from some of the ideas that you thought. Like, I mean, yo, I don't really think the things that I thought 20 years ago. Now, I'm still me. I'm the same person, but it doesn't mean the things that I've learned in the last 20 years that a person that knew me when I was in my 20s would have any idea of. They probably wouldn't. The only thing people that knew of me in my 20s would have an idea of is like people that are really close to me, or or people that were a part of some journey after I was 20, and I kept up with. But outside of that, a lot of people don't know people that things that I knew 20 years ago. I don't hold the same belief anymore. I've grown out of them. I've seen too much. Um, and and also, just, I mean, more specific to Wujaru and hearing this, because I don't know him personally at all, right? I've never talked to him or anything, and that's okay. But just hearing this kind of lack of being able to admit when you just, you know, you just were on your journey and you ran into another brother like you, and what happened. You learned something. That's what a journey is all about. That's the whole point of taking the journey. Eventually you're going to run into somebody that teaches you something. And it seemed like he just can't admit when he was taught something. And that's not a strong sign. And I'm not saying for him either. Just anybody, man, get over it, man. Life is too short.
But
Life is too short.
VB, I agree with you, VB. Donnie Williams wrote that part, VB. And for the record, I wrote, Donnie Williams just wrote that he heard Wudjau say he's an expert of the meta nature. Because when I read that comment, when Donnie Williams wrote, he said the tenor makes him an expert. I asked him, so that means you heard him, right? And Donnie Williams wrote correct. Now, see, brother VB, when I say VB is, V Bennett, a lot of people cannot and will not admit that they were wrong, that they made a mistake. A lot of people, it's like it will kill them, right? And it's sad. I've made mistakes before. I will probably make mistakes in my life. Everybody, every human beings make mistakes, right? And
Right.
it's not wrong with just, admitting that you made a mistake. Now, if you don't want to admit you made a mistake, then you can be quiet. But don't attack a person because he went over a mistake that you made.
Right.
And that's what some
Sometimes
people
I
do.
like mistakes. Mistakes could be something you laugh at. You say something stupid. You you made some silly argument. So when I listen to this argument, these are the arguments that I hear him making are things that 10 years later you're supposed to be able to laugh at that you even said. You know what I'm saying? And not feel any way about it, because that's how the journey works, man. You can't tell me that. I mean, if you're interested in the metal netter, if you're interested in African history, particularly if you're interested in the religious aspect of it, the religious things, because I think that's even more difficult to wrap one's head around. You know what I'm saying? But I think if you're into these kind of things, then you had to have believed something that you just simply don't believe anymore, bro. That, to me, that's the logical path. And some things you kept with you because they were real and you could use you got some meaning from it in some kind of way. But come on, if you're really serious about this, there's a lot to learn in 40 years. There's people that spend an entire lifetime studying this stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they don't even carry themselves like this. And when you see, let's say, Hawass, for example, he would be a bad example. He would be a bad example. A person that you can kind of say he seems very biased politically, like very, and also very sensitive because of his background to the idea that Egyptians may be something like people that they look down on today, right? Ancient Egyptians, the idea that they might be related to those people, the people that they look down. I think it makes them politically just biased, you know. But he's a bad example of a person, I would say, that just can't give up, like just can't give up that one angle that he has, and he's willing to do almost anything for it. But he's not going to go down in the history of scholars as like one that is taken seriously regarding Egyptology, because people are already seeing through that. It takes a contingency of scholars, for PhDs, to look at your work and say, you know what? Yeah, this is some solid work. And right now, Hawass has a contingency of people from different parts of the world saying, something's not right about the way you're going about this, Hawass. And he can't change because he's in too deep. To me, it looks like what Wudjau Emykhet, Asar Imhotep, they should take a note from Hawass. They should take a note from that, because although he's claiming similar things that Wudjau claims, he's looking like a damn fool to the world. At the same, I mean, and it's really odd when you have like other people that you think that also participated in anti-black racism historically. You would think they would be biased. You would think Europeans, for example, colonialists, people that came up, that are always spoken of as colonialists, Europeans, you would think they would have a problem with calling Egyptians black. No, but they're not the ones that have the problem, really. They've never had that. That's ironic, right?
Well, we have several, like we have a NASA scientist, I'm going to share the link, because some people may not know.
That's something.
But we have also several scholars, PhD, who also stated that they were black ancient Egyptians. You know what I'm saying?
It almost seems like the more successful you are, the less of a need you have to hold on to that. The Egyptians ain't black. I mean, the more successful you are, I said that wrong. It almost seems like the more successful you are, the less you have a need to hold on to that idea that the Egyptians weren't black. Because everybody else that's made super ground and has been a part of a culture that looked down on Africans has already admitted it. It's just like, how are you going to really tell a NASA a scientist, like, you think that they're not capable of taking a good scientific look, at Africa and figuring out who is who? There's even people
But
today that
VB, I don't think that Wudjau was going to call him a blackologist. You know what I'm saying? Because these terms that he had them for black people only. For white people, he didn't use those terms, anachronist, blackologist, and all that. But feel free, brother.
Oh, right. Yeah, and that's part of it, because it feeds into, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I hate to say this, I don't want to sound so crude, because there's exceptions and it's not unilateral, but it seems like Europeans don't have the need to deny it anymore. That's what it seems like to me overall. You can go into Denmark, man. Denmark, they blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are not still trying to figure out who the Egyptians were. They can look at them. They look at the statues in their museums that they own, with these statues inside of these museums, and they call them black. I mean, where's your museum, Wudjau? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Like, it's really crazy. And, it just makes me wonder, is it like some sort of, inverse, or what do you call it? I'm forgetting my English now. I'm sorry. Inner racism. What do they call that? Internalized racism. Like, it almost feels good to say they're not black, because that's what a racist white person used to say at one time. And so I'll just join that group that just says petty things like that out of joy. They're not black. They're not black. It's obvious they're black. It's obvious. And it's obvious the Egyptians were invaded. And it's obvious that other people that didn't look like them also ruled. And it's also obvious that some other people that look like them, some of their closer neighbors, ruled at one time too. All that stuff is known. And so for them to not be able to navigate through it at this point, it's like, damn, what's taking y'all so long? Everybody else has figured it out.
That's because of their claim of Kemet meaning riparian land or riparian country. Because that claim, that's why they're running away from the meaning of Kem, which is black. And he mentioned, scholars, right? But PhD scholars, they translate Kemet with the word black, right? Black land, black country,
And why do they
so
do
on.
that? They do it because they want you to have an understanding of what was going on. That they was black. That's why they use that
Th-
term, because you can understand what black means. You can
Those
understand
guys,
it when you see it, the nose, the hair, these traits, these clothings, these all those things that go along with African black. That's why they call them black, so you can understand who they were. You could say, you know what? I don't know all the different African tribes. I don't know them all. There's thousands, but I know a couple. So now I have an idea of what to relate to, and I can approach the discussion further. That's why they use the word black, because it's obvious what you're going to use. White, Asiatic.
that's a translation, and these words, many of these Meta Nature words, they survive in the Coptic language. So indeed, that's why we have Dr. Mario Beatty, who said that Asylum Hotep is not doing, uh, I'm paraphrasing at this point, but historical linguistic,
Yeah.
uh, but those guys, they're just a bunch of pseudo people. Basically, it's they have an agenda. They're not doing scholarship. They just have an agenda, right? And they're trying to sell their books. That's all, because they have this claim that Kemet means riparian land / riparian country. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that sad, But
Sad,
that's
bro.
not enough for them. That's not enough for them. They're gonna label people as, like we heard, silly, petty, and all these terms, lacking comprehension. You know what I'm saying? But once again, black people, when white people will say the same things that we're saying, like, I've shown the PhD, Dr. Peter J. Brown, Egyptologist, professor of Egyptology from the University of Memphis. Wudjau went through the video, right? He didn't call him a blackologist. He didn't call him an anachronist, right?
No, I mean,
So
and
for
it's
black people, they have all these negative terms, right? All these negative terms for black people, but they don't have them for white people, right?
but we have
But I ain't losing sleep
um
over it.
but bro, this is like, I mean, we live in we've been colonized. We're products of colonization, and at the end of the day, you know, um one has to question what's your motive behind, you know, your animosity towards another black person that way. That's animosity, bro. That's
It's that book
animosity.
sale. That's that book sale, brother. It's that
And,
book sale.
and if it's the book sale, then the thing about it is that, it's still not an excuse, because just because somebody had a book, or sold the book, or made money off the book, doesn't mean they would compromise their principles to do it. And that's the problem. You see what I mean? Like, you don't have to compromise your principles to write a book and sell a book. Just take your time and do it. Take your time and rewrite it again and write another book. Take your time writing a book, or put it out and move on to the next book. But I think at some point, man, it's just it's not good enough, because also another problem is that when they're talking about Egypt, I don't think they realize that they're also doing damage to Africans, because Africans are not separate people that way. They're neighbors. So their
Check this out, brother.
culture crosses over and through each other, elements and aspects of their culture. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, no. I just want to show you. Um, their book was released in 2019, and we have three authors: Asylum Hotep, Wudjau Emykhet, and Sanjeri Ankara. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. See
You
more
know,
reviews.
Mhm.
There's 4 comments, brother. So if one of them made a comment, because here it says Amazon customer, here it says students teacher, here it says Amazon customer, right? We have one person with that name. If each of them wrote a comment, it means that one external person made a comment. 2019, they've been struggling with their sales. Just like you heard him running when I asked him how long it took his friends to translate the book from French to English, which is over 400 pages. I asked him how many copies were sold. He could not answer. He didn't want to answer because he knew it would have sounded real bad. He's one of the author. He has to know how many books were sold. It doesn't mean that he has to know exactly, but he's supposed to know
You
roughly
have a
how
number
many
that
books
you
were
can
sold.
keep about. Yeah,
I'm sorry?
you got to have a number that you can. You have to have a number that you know offhand. You know, you may not know them all, but you know the minimum. You know,
You must know roughly. You have to know roughly. But so they've been struggling now. The other cat, Simon Hotep. Now his book was released this year. Well, actually, it says August a year ago. Last year. And as we can see, there are
go
just
ahead.
2 ratings. So he probably did 1 rating, and who knows, probably Clown Emykhet or probably Clown Wudjau made another rating. There's 0 comment, brother. 0 comment. That's their reality, brother. They are struggling. People don't get their material. People don't purchase their material, right? So their
But don't
frustration. Yes, feel free.
I don't know. It just seems to me like it's just my own thoughts, and I of course it's not the only perspective, but to me it just seems like I mean I've known people that have written
One,
books. You
one,
know what I'm saying?
1 year, 0 comment, brother. 2 ratings,
Yeah.
1 year,
But
12 months.
yo, look, all I want to do is just open the index. Let's look at the glossary. Let's look at the index. Let's look and see how it's formulated. Let's look at I mean, the introduction, the glossary, the index, the forward, but and then the writing. Then the writing. Not even what they're claiming, but just how they lay it out, the claim. You see what I mean? Will tell me a lot about what I'm reading. You see what I'm saying? But yo, there's people, most of the people that I would guess that would write a book of this type would spend years writing it. Um, you know, that's just my thing. That's just me. I've never heard even if it's a professor, because usually professors or people that are experts, quote unquote, they got a whole lot of books they want to write. They got 10 different books open at one time that they're writing in the process of writing, but they just can't get them all out. It's almost luck. It's almost luck. The books they can get out on time. Just because that's how they do their work. They're diligent that way. They look over the details and stuff like that. And it just seems to me like they haven't figured out that you could take another stab at it. You could take a better stab at it. You can learn from the mistakes and you know do better.
Actually, you mentioned learning from their mistakes. What they have failed to realize over the years, it's not only me that they claim lacks comprehension issues. Because, for example, hold on. They wrote, they said your views are the same. I don't know what they mean, but for those who don't know, just for the record, that video called Kemet and Ma'at has 404,000 views, and it has 10,000 likes. It has 1,600 comments. So they can try, but They need to try harder.
Yeah, man.
I'm just
And,
saying.
their claim is extraordinary. That's what basically it is. You know, their claim is extraordinary. You know,
They have X-File claims, you know. So here's a
I
link
mean,
for those who didn't know. There
it's
it
not
is.
good. It's not good. It's not. I think it's, you should laugh about it, but in the bigger picture, it's not so cool because look at how many different divisions that didn't used to be around. You know, like in my parents' generation, um, you know, they didn't have all these types of divisions. But today, you know, if you were, I mean, maybe there was, maybe in the turn of the century, I don't know how Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey and them, I don't know how they treated people, how they treated the public, the common black person. You know, I would hope that they weren't elitist, right? I would hope that they would accept any black person and that they didn't get wrapped up in what kind of black you are, what religion black you have, or I would hope that they wouldn't be that type because of the severity of the situation they were in, you know? Um, but today, it just seems like we have a lot more. I mean, because you could read back in the books, man. You could go back and read the books in the 20th. I mean, in the turn of the century, right? 1900s, 1910, 1920, 1930, 1940, and you could read what was on the black folks' minds, the ones that wrote books. You could read, and there was some kind of divisions that they expressed, but when you think about the divisions today, man, there's so many more. There's so many more, man. Like we didn't let's take I'm sorry to be long-winded, but it's my evening, even though it's morning time. But let's look at the fact that let's look at the guy, the man who Baldwin, right? He was a famous writer, right? Um that but he was gay, right? But people weren't really talking about him being gay back in the civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't what some people knew about it and may have discussed it, but that wasn't the focal point. That wasn't the thing that people focused on. People focused on his profound writings as a black man and what it's like growing up in a segregated society. You know, he have some concrete writings and experiences based on that, and plenty of people do. When you like read, what's the guy's name? Wilson, the guy who wrote the African American anthem, national anthem. I think his name was Weldon.
I don't know.
I don't know why I'm not. Yeah, his name is Weldon. He wrote a book called the Diaries of an Ex-Colored Man, right? Which basically means black. You know, they call him they in the South they called him colored. You know, at one time, right? And if you ever read his book, he talks about some differences between black people in America in the 1900s. There's a class difference between some black people. There's a class difference. Some uh, just had formal education, and others didn't have any. You know what I'm saying? And then there was also color. Sometimes there was a color thing. You know, light skin, dark skin. You know, they wrote about these things, and they wrote about some other realities, right? But generally, this kind of stuff, like I could never imagine them being confused about was Egypt black. You know what I'm saying? None of them ever expressed any type of thought that that's strange. Egypt black, Egypt not black. I don't get it. I've never heard any of them discuss the stark differences between Muslims and Jews, Christians, Moors, and I've never read no book from the 1900s where they expressed any of that stuff, bro. Some of these people may have been Moors. Some of these people may have been Masons. Some of these people, but I never heard them discuss like these harsh differences or this anti-African stuff, bro. I've never heard it. George G.M. James, he was a Mason. What kind of Mason? He was a black Mason, but I believe a lot of his reading came from, and his access to libraries came from the family that he worked for that wasn't black, right? I believe that's the case with him. And but the thing about it is that he's from South America, right? But when you look at the contributions of his writings, he's not confused about what black is. You know, that's from when did he write that book? When was this book, Stolen Legacy, written? You remember
That
the
was a long
date?
time ago.
Yeah, it's not the
That was a
turn
long
of the
time ago.
century. It's not that early, but it's like the 60s, probably, right? Something like that. When it was first published, maybe 60s, 70s. It's before that, maybe. Yeah, just give me the date for that. I forget. But it's just an example. I'm just trying to say, like, when you read a lot of these
1954.
people's, yeah, 54, you don't hear a lot of division um, or confusion about what black is. And today, even though they have different, like Garvey, what was he, a Christian? He wasn't confused about what black was. He wasn't confused about what black looked like. Any of these folks, none of them were confused about black, Africa, or the Egyptians being black, or what a black Egyptian looked like. It's not even written. There's no evidence that they had any real confusion. But yet today, we got guys walking around just like confused about that. It almost tells me that they think human beings are so different from the days of ancient Egypt. Like ancient Egypt is old. Like ancient Egypt is like the beginning of the Homo sapien. Like everybody before that, like our brains were different. Wrong, bro. Wrong. We might have been at a different level of development physically, but we're not that old from each other. Not that many generations apart, you know. And yeah, to me, it seems like they just have a lot of basic misunderstandings and just don't realize that, they had societies, and in societies you had ethnic problems, and you also would have what we call today a racial phenomenon. Like when you see somebody that looks like they're from your group with kinky hair, uh, big a round nose, big lip, brown skin, dark skin, or whatever you want to call it, and then all of a sudden you see a person with straight hair, pale white, blonde hair, you're going to have a name for it. And the name is not going to be the same name you're called. And they are going to have a name for you because they need to, because their very survival depends on them assigning you a name and cataloging your presence so they can understand how to deal with you. That's politics. And so to claim that the Egyptians didn't have a racial or ethnic politic, no racial or ethnic components to them, is bullshit. And you can hear them say that all the time. Well, the Egyptians weren't black. You can't call them with today. That would be, you can't go by how people see things today. Who told you that's how people see things today? Who told you people didn't see things like that in the past either? That's not that old. You trying to say 3,000 years ago, people didn't
It's
see
it's in writing. It's in writing in the text, and Wudjau knows that. We went through the text. He knows that. Clan Emykhet knows that too, right? Then she was like, "Oh yeah, but how many times it written? Like today in America, how many black people call themselves black, right? We have Styles P. He has that song, "I'm Black." Are they gonna say, "Oh no, you too light to call yourself black"?
Or guess what? Did they have gender bias back then? Did they have gender bias? There was no gender bias, huh? No gender bias back in ancient Egypt. No gender bias in that time. That's a new thing. It wouldn't be called the same thing as it would be called today. No, yes, it would be. That's just how it is. You got matriarchal societies, you got patriarchal societies, and you have roles in society. That today, if you have that, that's what you would call it, bias. That's what they would call it overall. So it's like to make the argument like they don't have discrimination in Egypt, they didn't have racial, man, as long as there are races of people on earth, you're gonna have this problem. And it's not the only problem you're gonna have. As long as there's two different genders, you're gonna have some gender bias. As long as there's people that are different from you, you're going to have social problems with that group. It doesn't mean that's the only thing you're going to have with them. It doesn't mean you're not going to have good times with that group either. It doesn't mean you're not going to solve problems and work together or fix things with that group of people either. But it could also mean that you might have some war with them too sometime over those same problems. You see what I mean? So they just lying to people overall just to hide, in my view, just to hide one simple thing, which is always the case. What's the one simple thing that everybody's always spending a whole lot of time to just stop? It's the black thing. It's the same thing with Donald Trump today, bro. He doing all of this stuff just because he thought his white ass was special. And he's not. He thought his ass is deserving, more deserving, because he's white. That's what Donald Trump thinks. And so anybody else that's not a white man, he can just openly attack them about their background, attack them about their gender, attack them about all kinds of shit when he ain't shit anyway himself. You see what I mean? So it's just ridiculous, man, to me, the idea, you know. It's the same stupid reason. You don't like Obama because he's black. You don't like Kamala Harris because she's got a little black in her too. You didn't like Michelle Obama because she's got more black. You didn't like, you know, they don't like the ancient Egyptians being black too. Some people can't handle that, bro. And they don't need any other reason but to waste your time than that. You trying to say they black? Well, then let's go the long way. Let's waste everybody's time and discover everything else except that part. You know, to me, it's just ridiculous at this point, you know, but hey. But in any case, y'all, thanks, Shaka, for having me up.
You're welcome, brother.
It's always a pleasure. Yeah, plus I'm sitting back listening, man, and, you know, enjoying the content. Yeah. If any of these other brothers are out there listening to me, man, take a listen to what I'm saying, you know, and just, you know, move past it, man. I it's people that I had differences with years ago that I just laugh about today. I'm too old to be, you know, if you're not a person that I have to inflict violence on or is not a danger to me, then I don't really have a problem with you. As long as you haven't crossed the line, like disrespecting my family or me or things like that, or, you know, no crimes and things like that. Hey, man, fuck it. We can have differences and laugh about it later, you know, and be better off because we laughed about it. You know what I mean? So that would be my suggestion to these guys, you know. And also, if you don't, you run the risk of Shaka making y'all look stupid, bro. Like, damn.
I don't wake up in the morning for that, but, you know, don't start no one being on. You know, you heard all those terms. So, you know, I'm just dealing with it, you know. I'm not making that up. That's what they said, you know.
No. Exactly, man. And it's just that, you know, they just get over it, man, and so y'all can be comrades and people can just, you know, come together. Because think about this: scholars are supposed to be comrades in scholarship. That's the whole point.
But see, earlier you talked about, you know, their mistakes, not seeing their mistakes, you know, or repeating their mistakes. You know, you mentioned their mistakes. They are failing to realize that over the years they have labeled people with so many terms, so many ad hominems, simply because they did not agree with them, right? And they don't realize that they are losing, you know, followers. And even in their sale attempt, we can see, I've shown Asai Motep's latest book, which was released a year ago, 2 ratings, 0 comment, right? So besides them being pseudo, you know, with their so-called scholarship, right? Besides them, you know, making grammar rules up, doing magic medu nature, right? You know what I'm saying? Going against, you know, grammar, going against scholarship, the academic field called Egyptology. They are very disrespectful to us people who don't agree. But once again, see, back then, that Mika clown, she was a moderator on that Filthy Frankie panel, right? So she was able to advertise for them, block their ops, right? And every now and then, Asai sorry, Asai Imhotep used to go on that platform as well. Ankh was cool with Filthy Frankie, Sanetta, so they had this, clout, right? But Ankh has been kicked to the curb. He may go back to Frankie. He may butt kiss Frankie again, right? But now, lately, they don't have that clout. They're just really struggling. They just have basically the repairing that groupies that support them, and they don't even buy their books. You know what I'm saying? But indeed, like Donnie Williams wrote, she can't anymore.
Yeah, but you can reestablish yourself even when you make mistakes like that. Like they can just say, "Hey, look, man, you know what? I mean, because people do it all the time. There's people that had one stance, and then later on they announce to the public they changed their stance, and they announce why, and they just move on, and
they are disingenuous, brother. They are disingenuous. Like Asai Mofek, it's been years he said that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that Allah is an indigenous African god, and years later he still maintains that, and they are still butt kissing him. So some people are just doomed. They are doomed. I'm not saying they're gonna go to hell, but they're just pseudo. They love pseudo stuff. Yeah.
But that's a good example that like the kind of thing like Allah was in the Egyptian text. I mean, but I don't even understand why a person would need to go to that length, like to say Allah is in the Egyptian text. So therefore, what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Regardless of what he means, what he has behind, he has tried to appeal to Christians, and probably he was trying to appeal to Muslims.
Yeah, because it's so funny. Because okay, they could look at it that way. Allah is in the Egyptian text. Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of Egyptian stuff in a whole lot of other people's text.
Yeah, but check this out. Allah being in the Egyptian text, that's just false. That's just pseudo. That's just made up. He's the only person I ever heard say that. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the most ridiculous claims ever made publicly. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah. And also, I also thought like, damn, really? Is the Allah in it? Okay, Allah, Ra. Okay, that might make some sense there. And that's what I was getting at. I mean, just because they could be related, there might be some connection, but you don't have to go that far to try to reinforce a lie to be able to determine a connection. And I think that's where they go wrong. They just force it. They force too much, and it's like and overlook a lot of other things. Because they hinge that theory. That thing about Allah is coming from Egypt. The term Allah is in it. Okay, but what does it mean? What does it mean? Does it mean overlooking everything else?
It's there's no need to wonder what it means. It's fake. It's pseudo, and that's one problem. When you have those people making fake claims, unfortunately, we have many trying to find out what's behind these claims. It's just pseudo. It's just pseudo. It's not linguistics. It's not history. It's not scholarly. It's just.
It's because they do a disservice to some of the things, some of the connection points between different groups in history. It doesn't mean you have to have that name. You still have some teachers. Yeah, it's crazy.
Asai Imhotep is a Isfet teacher. Is a teacher of disorder. Clown Wudjau is a Isfet teacher, a teacher of disorder. Clown Emykhet is a Isfet teacher, a teacher of disorder. They don't. It's not something that they really care about that much. Otherwise they would not be not only making those crazy claims that they've been making over the years, but supporting claims that are as crazy, if not crazier than what they have said, and for years
it's true.
And for years, Emykhet and Wudjau have been supporting Asai Imhotep. Was one of the guy that made the craziest claims ever. Usually I say Allah in the Egyptian text, but there's so many that we've heard. You know what I'm saying? Allah being an indigenous African god, Yoruba being cognate with the Hebrew language, and there's so many other weird things that he has said. He said there were Hebrews in Kemet. There were Hebrews in Kemet, and those Hebrews are black. If I go down the list, oh my goodness. But let me just answer this question here.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
because they said it because they said it in a book.
Who said it?
No, no, I'm joking, man. It's religious book. You know,
Well,
come on, man. Moses was in
I don't.
Egypt, bro.
Now, Donnie Williams
You
was
know
asking me. Donnie Williams was asking me, did Wu say his friends translated the 400 pages? Well, that's what it sounds like to me. You know, why do you ask?
Yeah, but friend is an ambiguous thing.
Donnie Williams wants me to play that clip. Where would I find that clip?
And how you gonna say my friend translated it, man? Yo, that ain't good enough. Your friend translated it, bro. That sounds
What?
ridiculous.
No, but it's possible. It's possible. But the way he's answering, you know, it looks like they did not translate the 400 pages. And basically, when I say 400 pages, I mean the full book. You know.
No, you don't stand on your friend's translation skills, because if you did, you wouldn't even call him your friend. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't. No, you can. You can. You know, if like he doesn't speak the language, you know what I'm saying? So he will, you know, get the translation from people who speak the language, you know. So I don't have anything wrong with that. But the main thing is this. Come again?
What's his name? What's his name? What's the friend's name?
Oh well, he never said the names, but you know, regardless, he lies. He doesn't lie all the time.
Record. That's what that sounds like.
He lies regularly. For example, he was saying that there are several PhDs who agree with his claims, and when I asked him, you know, how many, he said something like, you know, I forgot if he said like less than 10. It sounds better to say less than 10 than to say 2. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So he's slick like that, but you know, his groupie followers, whatever he says, they just roll with it. But let me just look for that clip. Where would I find it? I think if I put
Yo,
oh yeah, here it is.
I'm gonna make some coffee.
So, all right, brother. Now that clip. There it is. All right, let's hear it. Hold on. I have to make it smaller. Okay. So it was a request. Donnie Williams wrote, play the spanked on the butt clip, Shaka. All right. So, and Vibene wrote, I'm just in the chat, bro, making some coffee.
Ridiculous Asar Imhotep. First of all, let's get to know Asar Imhotep. Listen for yourself.
Did you go through any kind of hazing process, bro?
No, I played. Yes.
Okay, so you went through a hazing process.
No, I pledged. There's a difference.
Okay, so as you went through the hazing process, did they slap you on the ass with a paddle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. So you bent over, you grabbed your ankles, and that paddle was smacking that ass.
Basically.
Okay.
Okay. So that's how I used to get down, you know, to each his own. To each his own. So for the record, they were talking about the views. I've shared a video, Kemet and Ma'at, which has over 400,000 views. It had 300,000 views. Then I lost my channel and I created a new channel, and now it has 400,000 views. So far it had 700,000 views. I'm just saying. So
in terms of a title and not a literal description is like everybody and their mother knows that. But let's
oh yeah, I even forgot. Let's listen to what Wudjau said right now. He said everybody and their mother knows. I'm going to type it.
Is is like every as a literal designation, because you have Neon Pepe, Dashir, or not Neon Pepe, but another relative that's called Red, and the scholars say that it's used to distinguish, et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of a title and not a literal description is like everybody and their mother knows that.
Shot himself in the foot again. Talking about Kem, Wudjau said, in terms of a title and not a literal description, everybody and their mother knows that. For 3 hours, he could not demonstrate that. He tried to use that book from Pascal Vernus, Athribis, which is in French, right? But now he says everybody and their mother knows that. Make that make sense.
Et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of a title and not a literal description is like everybody and their mother knows that. But let's keep on going down here.
So
Judy Mott, yep.
Everybody and their mother know that Kem is a title. But then he's gonna say, I didn't say that. He's gonna say, I didn't say that. And we heard him say that.
Content hunting for his channel, obviously. Yeah, I think so. Because I think Shaka, boy, I'm telling you, Shaka, I haven't seen your channel as of late, but I know Shaka, when Shaka needs.
He hasn't seen my channel as of late. He made a stream about what I stated for the record, but you know,
his content. But I know he has like about a whole playlist dealing with Asar Imhotep.
He said I have a whole playlist dealing with Asar Imhotep. This is my channel, right? Is it sharing? Yes. Playlists. I have 4 playlists. One called Prophet Muhammad, black or white. Before that, we have Prophet Muhammad, noir ou blanc. It means the same thing in French. I have Meadow Nature class, testimonials, and I have beat making instrumentals. Sounds like he made that up. But it's funny now, he talked about Asar Imhotep diverting, running. But when he was on my panel and I asked him about Asar Imhotep's claims, he ran from that. So for those who don't know, I'm going to share the links where he came on when we dialogue. So the first time that was, he came on my panel and you will hear him lie about, you know, you will hear him lie and run. So here it is. And I'm going to share the link to the second time we dialogue. And this time he was on his panel. And you will hear the clown Emykhet also. But her trying to make some talking points, you know. Wudjau always needs backup. If it's not Chat GTP, then you know he needs one of his friends, one of his followers. So here's the link. Second dialogue between Wudjau and Shakandu Kemet. Ibn Erod, doesn't he claim that Egyptians were not black? That's what he claims. Or that Kem doesn't mean black? Well, he will say black is acceptable, but when we have Kem as part, you know, of following a name, he says that it's a title. And apparently everybody and their mother knows that. Let's continue.
like I'm thinking about 20 videos dealing with Asar Imhotep. It's crazy.
That laugh is a very uncomfortable laugh. How many videos does he have about other people? So now you cannot address topics. So basically, Asar Imhotep is going to say Allah is in the Egyptian text. Don't address it. If you address it, then it's something wrong. But they are butt kissing the dude making those claims. And then how to tell why they're struggling to sell their books. They will have people in their chat, bootlicking them, but they're going to support them. They're going through some hard times lately. Now, one thing, brothers and sisters, do you think your ops will say, hey, you crushed me? Just like people don't say, oh, I hate on you. People don't say, I'm jealous of you, right? Your ops ain't going to say, oh, you crushed me, you destroy me, right? But we have all seen, what do people say? Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. 4 comments of their book that was released in 2019, 5 years ago. 0 comment on Asar Imhotep's book that was released 12 months ago, a year ago. 0 comment. That's how much financial endeavor there is towards their claims.
Well, okay, so just to test a few things out, let me know if you all remember this. Let me see if I can add this to the screen. Tell me if you all remember this right here. I'm gonna show this and tell me if y'all can see it and hear it in the chat. Let me know if you can hear it while it's playing and see it and stuff like that. All right, I need that favor.
Ain't none of the Army Ra squad ever been to Egypt. Ain't none of the Army Ra squad ever been to Egypt. Oh shit!
Now, what will be interesting is to know the date of Seti making those claims, right? That will be interesting. Because who knows? Maybe he said it before they traveled to Egypt. But I said maybe. Now, here you're going to see Emykhet taking it further. Donnie wrote the metrics don't lie. Bennett wrote numbers don't lie, but people do. And he added, exactly, Donnie. Emykhet is going to take it further in writing and then verbally.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
So I don't want to have a copyright claim over the music, But, here you have, pictures of several people who traveled to Kemet. But anyway, look at what, I almost forgot that. It's good because I almost missed on comment. So remember that punk clown butt kissing Emykhet tripped over one letter, right? Instead of chit chat, I wrote chat. And you read what she wrote. English, blah, 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 blah. One letter. Now here, this punk clown, Emykhet, you can see that she wrote, Ma'at forever. You have, and see how she wrote, you have to do better. Did I trip on that? That same clown telling me that I have to do better. This is how she wrote it, right? But I'm not worried about the typo here. I'm worried about what she said, what she wrote. It's been years, and I know you've gotten better in English from your old videos, but on the combativeness, you got worse and worse. We are older now, and she'll do better. What combativeness? I got there and asked a question about the book. He was happy. He said, yeah, I'm glad you're here. You know what I'm saying? But verbally, she will talk about my quote unquote English skills. You will hear her, right? Now, for the record, Mika, who said that I'm saying, I claim that she's a white woman, right? I wrote, Mika, it was Nepal who showed a picture and claimed you, I meant to type cried and begged. But once again, there's that AI stuff that does the proposition, but I don't need to repeat myself. And begged not to show it. Is that not a white woman on the pic she showed? She did not reply. She ran. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. Some people, they think they can be, they can get cute and all that, Now, Donnie wrote, she said, in all your years, you're still the same. Only your English got better. Basically, no, you will hear her verbally. You will hear her verbally. Anybody can make a typo in any language. Yes, but those clowns, their butt kiss a dude who said that Allah is in the Egyptian text and Allah is in indigenous African God, and they worry about one letter typo. They're just showing to the world how much of clowns they are, And look at Mika. She typed, Donnie, you should mind your business. But anyway, I can move forward a little bit. Because right now there's a video that's going to be played and we'll be able to read the comments. Hold on. Okay, this is the video playing. So the volume is off now. Now, Mika wrote, Donnie, you should mind your business. Sometimes I wasn't talking to you. Donnie Williams wrote, matter of fact, Mika, I don't know how you escaped the roasting Nepal got today. You should be right there with Nepal. And he added, take your own advice. And here you can see that I wrote, Wudjau, you are diverting. You are scared to share the link. Fine. Now you tried to, and I meant to type diverse, but once again, that AI stuff, what I'm saying, to divert to Asar Imhotep, running again. You never showed Kem being a title. Nice run, Wudjau. Congrats. So now the video that he played is over. So
I see Asar say, remember that. That's during the Amara squad. Y'all remember that? That's I'm digging in the crates. That's during the Amara squad heyday. That heyday era of the Amara squad. Y'all remember that? I see Asar say, remember that. All right. So let's see what Shaka's talking about now. Let's see what he's talking about now. So Shaka's saying, Wudjau, okay, so now I'm being accused of diverting. First, I was being accused of quitting and scared. And I'm being accused of diverting and being scared to share the link when I clearly said that you can see the title of this video. It says stream test and chit chat. Maybe you took chit chat literally, like we're talking vocally to each other, but I'm testing a stream out, Shaka. So if you lack the comprehension skills, let me break it down to you. I got to
see that. Now, what did I type? You are scared to share the link? Fine. But he wants to be nitpicky over that, right? It's okay. His butt hurt.
Treat you like a short bus passenger. I'm testing this stream out. I do not intend and did not intend to give the link out to have a panel. I did not have any intention on having an impaneled.
I type, you sound salty, Wudjau. That punk Mika wrote short burst crew. What about oral performances crew? Mika? Sanera and Nepal talked about your oral skills on men. Not man, M-A-N, men, M-E-N, plural. Should we talk about the oral skill crew, Mika? You've already shown the OnlyFans, right? You don't want to go there, Mika. And who knows, maybe Nepal will say more. But for those who don't know, you can see that lady Mika, who's using a fake picture, she showed OnlyFans on her own social media. And as a matter of fact, Napasha just yesterday said that on the HOK, some women were being passed around. Nepal said it. She's on tape. So here's the link to OnlyFans Mika. So Mika, let's hope you are not one of those women, because Nepal will speak again. She will sip on that alcohol and she will speak again. Let's continue.
Group of people talking to each other as I normally do. So, as you know or should know, that I always give the link out. Everybody and their mother will tell you that of me. So there's no thing to be scared or anything. That's why I asked you, how old are you? Because and I don't want to be insulting, so I'm just going to leave it at that. You just, man, over all these years, I haven't seen any change in certain people.
Now, that punk clown, Wudjau, just now, he repeated the same thing that Asar said. When I was on Smash Walk Well panel, and I said that Asar didn't change, Asar repeated the thing that I said and said that, he didn't see any change of me. And now Wudjau is repeating the same thing that Asar said when he repeated what I said. So they're basically, biting my style right now. I don't lose sleep over it. You're just making yourself look like a fool, Wudjau. For real. Let's see what I typed.
It's crazy. It's just really, really crazy to me.
Here's what I typed. You had intention of demonstrated cam being a title, and you have not. Can you at least admit it? Stop diverting about you being scared of sharing the link. He's diverting. What about cam being a title?
Really crazy to me.
That's exactly what I was just saying on the chat right now, that I remember my art forever for actually when I first actually came into this community, and he was terrible in English at that time. He was like really, really bad with the English.
So this clown Mika says that I was terrible in English. Well, 300,000 views on came in my art. This is ridiculous. So, clown Emykhet, you mean to tell me that somebody that's terrible in English humiliated your boyfriend, even though it looks like, something happened for a while, but I leave it there, You mean to tell me that somebody with terrible English humiliated your boyfriend to the point where he took a hiatus for about a year?
English, but it was one of those channels you have to watch. It was like same thing, ancient Egyptian.
It was one of those channels you had to watch. Okay, I heard.
But through all those time up until now, the only thing that has gotten better is my art's ability to communicate a little bit in English.
So now, the only thing that got better is my ability to communicate a little bit in English. She made several typos, but over me having the letter A instead of the letter I, a typo, she's saying that I have little ability to communicate in English. Make that make sense. How much of a clown can you be, Mika? Emykhet? You sound like a clown. You sound ridiculous. And you are butt kissing a dude who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text. But it's okay. You guys go ahead. Those people didn't do that only with me. They did that with countless people. And the result, zero comment. 2 reviews after a year, and after 5 years, 4 comments. 4 or 5, forgot, but I showed it. Here's the result. So you guys keep going. You guys keep going. Keep being condescending. Keep being disrespectful. Keep lying on the meta, keep lying about other stuff, and this is the result. Right now, you feel good, right? Hiding behind that avatar, just like your boyfriend is hiding also behind that avatar, right? Because you guys know that you are many times on chat GTP. You need backup, you need help. But the result is just sad. Let's continue.
Other than that, I think he just got worse and worse in trying to have conflict, because that's just not it. Like,
worse and worse in trying to have conflict. And that makes sense. You heard when I got on the panel, well, not on the panel, in the chat. Wudjau thanked me for being there. I was happy that I was there. I asked the question, he asked me questions. But when it came to Cam being the title, he said that everybody and their mother knows it. And now all these ad hominems. Okay, I ain't losing sleep over it. I dealt with that, and it is what it is. Let's see how many more copies of your books you guys are going to sell.
It's just you're just conflict ready at any given time, because you never show up on this channel. You do watch, we know that, because
now you heard what she said. You never show up on this panel. That clown Emykhet lied again. She said you never show up on this panel.
Surprisingly, you do play some of our stuff on your channel.
She said you do play some of our stuff. They play some of my stuff too. Now, I have to go to the next screen recording.
At any given time, because you never show up on this channel. You do watch, we know that, because surprisingly, you do play some of our stuff on your channel from the stuff that we've been inboxed about, and it was surprising that you do scavenge for content on this channel, and then the only time where you want to actually make yourself known is not even in a good way, even though we all focus on the same subject.
The only time I want to make myself known is not in a good way, like as if I go over there in their chat to make myself known. They talked about the Amen-Ra squad. When I was an affiliate of the Amen-Ra squad from 2010 to 2011, Wudjau wasn't in the picture. I'm just saying. Smash Rockwell was not in the picture. I'm not saying. I'm just saying, sorry. Asar Imhotep was around, but he was not an Amen-Ra squad member, from my understanding, from 2010 to 2011. I'm just saying.
Which is surprising. You just come in all the time and it's just, ready to be combative. And that's just odd that you don't even want to be known, you don't want to share information, whatever or ask questions or whatever is.
Didn't I ask a question? The first thing I typed was a question. So keep going, you clown Emykhet. But people, besides the little clowns you have in your chat who don't even buy your guys' books, people know that you guys are ridiculous. You are a bunch of clowns and pseudos and liars, ridiculous. But you guys don't learn from your mistakes over the years. Keep going.
Just to to create some kind of conflict, and that's just at this point, because we know you're not 20 something. You've been in this YouTube channel for a long time, so you're old. We are all old, so you got to do better. Like this is not and to be honest, like looking at your channel, it will only be worth it if you're doing all this and just to have a lot of views, but your views and our views are pretty much the same. So
oh, that's what Donnie was talking about. Your views and our views, no, it's not the same at all. You know what I'm saying? But some of their associates, using bots, who knows who else, you know what I'm saying? But there's levels to this. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's see how far Mika will take them this time.
it doesn't help. You might actually get somewhere far if you just want to share with with us. You speak French. We need people who speak French. So you know, it could be this interaction could be on a whole different level at this point, where you bring your input that is that you have that we lack, and then we also bring our input that we have and you lack, and then move forward.
There's no input that you guys have that I lack. I'm just saying, you know, you guys are lying on the meta nature, lying about many other stuff, butt kissing pseudos, and you guys are very disrespectful towards other people who don't see the same way as you. You're lying on scholarship, you're lying on Egyptology, hieroglyphic. I mean, it's just pathetic, for real, pathetic. Now, Emykhet, just in case, I don't expect any answer from you, clown behind, but is Kem a title, Emykhet? Your boyfriend just said tonight that everybody and their mother know that Kem is a title. Do you stand by that also, Emykhet?
Because we all you know, discuss the same kind of topics. So but when you come in like this, like a teenager, that's just it's just embarrassing.
Come here like this, like a teenager. Oh, for real, like a teenager. Okay.
Embarrassing at this point. I think you should do better than that.
Now, he just like a teenager, says the girl who called me a baby creep professor. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
Said you lied. He said you never show up on this panel. I came on the session. He says he came on the session panel several times.
And indeed, in the chat, I typed that she lied, that I came on the panel several times. And listen to what she's going to say. We heard her say that I'd never come on this panel, that I don't show up on that panel. I played it already. Listen to what she's going to say now.
Yeah, everybody's welcome on the panel.
Right. And now you probably didn't even understand what I just said.
You probably didn't understand what I just said.
Said when you come on this channel and watch. I know you've been a guest on this panel. I was here when you're on this panel. We discussed, so I know it's not like I don't know what I've experienced.
You have to remember, we're dealing with a person that's lacking comprehension skills.
Dealing with somebody that's lacking comprehension skills. Now the timestamp is 2:20. Let's go back to what she said.
At any given time, because you never show up on this channel. You do watch. We know that.
You never come up on this panel. That's what she said. So if she misspoke, it's on her, not on me. So let's do it without the music.
At any given time, because you never show up on this channel.
Emykhet clown, English.
Never show up on this channel, because you never show up on this channel.
You never show up on this panel, Emykhet clown. It's you, clown. You're the one who spoke. You are on tape, clown. So the comprehension issue is you and your clown boyfriend, Wudjau. There's levels to this. Those people, they say stuff, you cite them, you quote them, then they try to deny what they have said. Make that make sense. It's almost finished.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. So I can't help you at this point, but I think we should just probably you're looking for attention right now, and we are the only ones who can give it, but I think we've given you enough at this point.
You guys are the only one who can give me attention? Are you crazy? See, I want you to talk about the main topic, you know, which is the hieroglyphic, the Medu Nature, or Kemet, ancient Egypt, you know. But it's okay. Hey, don't start, none won't be none, you know. Now, Donnie wrote, I've seen nothing but high-level comprehension skills displayed for the record. It is what it is.
So I think it's better for us to move on.
Yeah. We're gonna move on while knowing that your next comment is gonna be like, you're scared, you're diverting, that's why you're moving on. You
have diverted from Kem. Though you messed up, you shot yourself in the foot again, because you took it further and you said everybody and their mother knows that it's a title. You may claim that you didn't say it, but you are on tape. I guess you're not used to people playing you, right? Because when people cite him or quote him, he likes to talk for hours and act like that's not what he said. Like you're misquoting him, like you are not citing him properly. But it's a new day and age now. So I play what he says, and the best move for him at this point is to not address anything that was played, because he sounds once again like a damn clown, like a damn fool, like a damn idiot, like a damn pseudo, and he's making stuff up. Cam being a title, everybody and their mother knows that. That's just pitiful. That's just so pitiful.
Give the link. That's why you.
And that's the guy who talks about opinion to authority. Which scholar did he quote? Which book did he quote? Everybody and their mother knows that Cam is a title. Make that make sense. So he's appealing to everybody and their mother.
You're moving on. Oh, my feelings are hurt. Let me run and tuck my tail and go to my channel and then comment and make 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 videos about.
It's one video I played you and I responded to the foolishness and the clown statements that you and your girlfriend have made. I saw. You didn't help yourself. She didn't help herself.
Wudjau, like I do Asar Imhotep.
Once again, butt kissing Asar Imhotep. Once again. Because I smashed. No homo. Pause. I destroyed and I crushed Asar Imhotep each and every time we spoke. I'm just saying. And when they talk about, comprehension skills, they are butt kissing and repeating the same thing that this clown Asar Imhotep have been saying.
And I saw like something in the chat, like what's his name out in France? Shaka Kim, right? Like this individual don't comprehend very well either. And when it comes to this linguistic thing, I never said that I wasn't a linguist. I'm a linguist by all intents and purposes and how that is defined, which is why, like for my other show, I said we're going to do a whole show on what is linguistics and what makes a linguist. What I did say is I don't have a degree in linguistics.
So soon, this crew of clowns, you will have some who will say, I'm an architect. I don't have a degree in architecture. I'm a doctor. I don't have a degree in medicine. I'm a physicist. I don't have a degree in physics. Wap Funk is in a place to be, laughing.
That's what's going to happen. But all right, so let me. I'm gonna dig into the video crates again.
So that's it. So I'm gonna be right back. But those are the two clowns. On the left, that's clown Wudjau Emykhet. Whenever you see the Seshu, he runs that panel, that platform. And on the right, that's clown Emykhet. They are the pseudos who have been butt kissing Asar Imhotep, claiming that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that Allah is an indigenous African god, that Yoruba is cognate with the Hebrew language, that there were Hebrews in Kemet, and that they were black. He's also on tape saying that, the Hebrews, that's the Aparu. Yes, he's on tape saying that. And you know what? Let me just share the link. As a matter of fact, put it this way. You have this article. And you know what? I have time. I'm going to go through it a little bit. The first article is called Asar Imhotep Invalid Claim of Hebrews in Kemet. And then we have Asar Imhotep Weak Scholarship. I'll be right back. If somebody wants to get on the panel, feel free. I'll be right back. I'm back. Now, this first article, what's sad for him is that he's on tape. You have the video right there. Called Osar Imhotep Invalid Claim of Hebrews. And actually, I'm going to share the link right now for the YouTube. And that was actually July 2010. So over a decade ago, I moonwalked on Osar Imhotep. Here's the link. I was being interviewed by a lady that used to go by the nickname Nikki Love. And he hopped on the platform. BTR, Blog Talk Radio. So what did he say? Now, one thing, you know, when I said that he used to appeal to the Abrahamic people, to the Christian, he had an ebook called Passion of Christ or Passion of Osiris, in parentheses, the Congo Origins of the Jesus Myth. The Congo Origins of the Jesus Myth. The Jesus myth has its origin in the Congo. Mbote. Oh my goodness. Osar Imhotep said, trying to claim that they were Hebrews in Kemet, he mentioned the Aparu or Apiru, depends how you pronounce it. That's what he tried to do. See the linguistic acrobatics, the linguistic gymnastics. Danny Williams wrote, wow, wild funk with LOL. The linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics of Osar Imhotep, it goes back over a decade ago. He thought that, he claimed, and not only him, but you hear Sonjeri also, who unfortunately then was following him like a blind follower. You would hear him, you know, trying to repeat the same stuff. And you know how I am, I ask for a record. What did he do? Tell me about a scholar. Homie, please. But anyway, Hebrew derives from Eber. Now we will say Eber But ask Hebrew speakers. Ask if it is not Ivri. Ivri. So how do we go from Apiru to Ivri? I mean, dang. Now, Osai Imhotep is on tape saying that the 42 nomes of Egypt were the 42 different ethnic groups. Okay, who knows? Maybe. Now, what else? Now we're going to go to the following article, Osai Imhotep Weak Scholarship, and see a few of the claims that he made. You have the video. Is it the same one that I shared? I don't think it's the same one that I shared earlier. One that I shared earlier is called by the claims of Hebrews in Kemet. No. So now it's a different video called Osai Imhotep Weak Scholarship, in parentheses, claiming the Hebrews were Africans. We have receipts. Here it is in the chat. So you can hear him say, based upon my research, these, talking about the Hebrews, are African people who migrated into the Middle East, whose some of their stories, became a part of a tradition that, I'm saying, was later formed as Hebrew Israelites. So we have the brother who said that the Bantu people come from the Middle East, and now we have Osai Imhotep who is on tape saying that African people migrated to the Middle East, and it became part of the tradition that was later formed as Hebrew Israelites. Unc asked him, what research is that? But you know what? Why? How long is it? Okay, this one is shorter. Let's hear it.
There's a whole bunch of folks, including myself, and I know there's a whole bunch of folks, including myself, that just don't want to, revisit the Bible. I had to come back to it, because I was forced. I was understanding that. I guess this is where there's debate of where these Hebrews, come from and who they are specifically, because
Danny Williams wrote, shaking my head, the claims are insane. But if you ask this clown Emykhet and this clown Emykhet and this clown Wudjau, they would say that it is scholarship.
Based upon my research.
Of course, that clown OnlyFans Mika will say that it is scholarship as well.
These are African people who migrated into the Middle East, who some of their stories, became a part of a tradition that, was later formed that we know as Hebrew Israelites, today. With a lot
what research is that? Based on my research, that these don't really exist.
See, no, we have to separate the people, the historical people, from their mythology and necessarily their history. People. The problem is that people trying to identify the Hebrews based upon the mythology.
Based upon their book.
That because,
I'm saying we're just trying to identify them based upon their book. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, what you got to understand is that the people had to exist to even write the book.
The people had to exist to write the book. The Hebrews had to exist to write the book. Hey, with that methodology, if we can call it that, with that reasoning, Superman had to exist because the book was written about him, right? Batman had to exist. Spider-Man had to exist. Donnie wrote, he claims to go to a college in San Marcos that's literally next door to where I live at. That's not a high level school.
Regardless of how you feel, they had to exist, to write the book. So like that, whatever argument anybody's trying to make that these people didn't exist, you have to argue, okay, well then who wrote it? What nation of people? Wrote the book, regardless of if all of the information is fake or not. These are the kinds of questions. So we got to remember that a lot of ancient Egyptian writings is a bunch of myth. That does not mean that the ancient Egyptians did not exist.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to separate. We have to separate the people, and then we have to look at this on there's a very broad history that we don't want to deal with. Now, the best way that I can articulate the whole Hebrew situation is just like the case of the folks in Louisiana and New Orleans. So we know, I think it was 2005, 2006 or something, in which Katrina came and hit. All of these people, as a result of Katrina, they split into various different places. So you have a whole bunch of folks from Louisiana, New Orleans, and Atlanta. They're in Mississippi. We got them over here in Texas. Some as far away as California. Some in super white states like, Washington and Nevada and things of this nature. Now, if a group of those people from New Orleans decide to blend in with somebody else and create a different culture, that doesn't mean that they are not part of the same group. There's just one group that splintered off for some reason, and they developed, a different identity based upon some historical stuff that went down. And this is the same thing that happened with Hebrews. There's a whole bunch of Hebrews scattered all across Africa. What we're dealing with is one branch of these folks who migrated back and forth between the Sinai Peninsula and Assyria and Palestine.
Let me ask you a question, real fast. Let me ask you a question. When you were saying their original home was in Africa, you're talking about in Atlanta, Canaan? Is that
no, part of Africa? I'm talking about in North Africa in what is called the Proto-Sahara. The period of time when the Sahara.
Hold on, wait for a minute. And so do you have an archaeological find showing these people? Because I have archaeological remains in the hill country of Atlanta, Canaan, showing these people in the Second Bronze Age.
There's no archaeological evidence that you can say that these people spoke Hebrew.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
But listen to what I'm saying.
He didn't ask him about the languages, but that's what they do. They run from the question, they divert. Let's continue.
Listen to what I'm saying. All you know is that you found evidence of a people there.
What people? Absolutely. Hold on. Not only just people with certain. Listen, they have material culture, right? With certain things, and these particular people in this area in Atlanta, Canada, on the hill now, right? These particular people just didn't eat pork. Where the other people in that particular area did. They didn't find pig bones. So they did find a few things. Not a lot, not a whole gang of people, right? You're talking about very pockets of small people. Now, you're talking about what area that you're talking about? Did they find any type of remains of people living there?
I'm talking about Central North Africa, and this is the reason why. Because the linguistics say so.
Oh, so
and when we're comparing,
So you can't back it up with some archaeology, just linguistics, from a linguistic argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
From a linguistic argument, because this is
so he's using linguistics to argue some historical facts about people. Make that make sense. Now you understand why I said that you cannot make history with linguistics. But hey, Clown Emykhet and Clown Wudjau, they're gonna make excuses for that. Any pseudo thing that he has said, they made excuses for it. Same for Clown Mika and all these other clowns.
Here's the problem.
The Riparianites. The groupies.
A lot of the same deities that you have in the Hebrew Bible, you have in the Yoruba tradition of Ifa. You have to explain how the Yoruba people, all the way in Nigeria, had the same deities. We're talking about Elegba, which is actually Gabriel. It's a word metathesis. We're talking about
Elegba is. Let's play.
Adam. We're talking about Eve. You know, we're talking about Yahweh. We're talking about all of these.
Adam, Eve, Yahweh. Okay.
Different deities in these stories of Cain and Abel, in a sense, that you find this stuff indigenously in Nigeria.
Indigenously in Nigeria.
And you have to explain how their indigenous stories ended up in the Bible with these Hebrews. Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
You know where that click comes from? Receipts.
It's a very different time period. So what the linguists will do, there's a book you can read that'll be a good start for you. And I think I mentioned this before. It's by Dr. Modupe Oduyoye. He's a Nigerian linguist, and the book is titled "Words and Meaning in Yoruba Religion." It's published by Karnak House, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Karnak House, and the subtitle being "Linguistic Connections in Yoruba, Ancient Egyptian, and Semitic." And based upon the linguistics, you know that the proto-ancient Israelites and Hebrews and the proto-Yoruba folks and the ancient Yoruba folks lived in the same area at some point in time. And the meeting point and the middle point is the actual Sahara. And so you have a lot of stories, especially among Yoruba folks, that they lived in the Nile Valley, that they lived in the Sudan. And you have to wonder why the Israelites are always going back and forth in Egypt. There's this proto-Saharan period before the desertification is a real interest. I don't know if you have the book yet. I know I mentioned it to you in a private conversation, but Black Genesis.
Black Genesis. No, I haven't yet. I got it yet.
Yeah, it's a new book that has just come out, and it really goes into detail about these proto-Saharans. You hear Dr. Clyde Winters talking about these proto-Saharans, and when you read Dr. Clyde Winters,
hold on, because sometimes I mistake Clyde Winters with somebody else. So let me see if it's the guy who said that he deciphered the Meroitic script. Clyde Winters. Yes, that's the brother who said that he deciphered the Meroitic script. You know, as a matter of fact, I can just show you. That's his YouTube page, and his main video is called Meroitic Writing Deciphered. And we can see it starts off saying Meroitic Writing Deciphered by Dr. Clyde Winters. So probably linguists, some linguists, I'm not saying all linguists, probably we have some PhD in linguistics that agree with that, you know. Oh, I didn't know it was a sharing small, but here you can see it. Okay. But anyway, let's go back to the anthropological linguist.
All he's talking about is these Black Africans that live in the Sahara, that when the Sahara started drying up, when it was no longer getting the monsoon rains, moving into places like Greece, moving into places like Saudi Arabia, moving into the Nile Valley. There's a whole bunch of articles that read about this, and we know this for a fact because you can study the language. My main focus in my studies has always been religious, because the religion is something that people
his main focus has always been religion. Okay.
Hold on to the hardest. You can't folks is not going to get rid of their religion. And so the deities, their rituals and things of this church, a testament to their earlier history and how they approach the divine. So this is why I got interested in this whole discussion of God and where the term comes from in the first place. Because people don't get rid of their names for the creator. So this is and this is how we know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language. You know,
Hebrew is an African language.
it's part of the so-called Afro-Asiatic group of languages.
He can speak, can he? Wild Funk wrote nonsense.
Which derive out of East Africa. You know, which came into Saudi Arabia.
All right,
So
hold on for a
you
minute.
got to understand that the Asiatic group of languages. With that, the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language. You know, it's part of the so-called Afro-Asiatic group of languages, which derive out of East Africa. You know, which came into Saudi Arabia.
So Hebrew derives from East Africa and came into Saudi Arabia. Isn't that what he said?
Of East Africa. You know, which came into Saudi Arabia.
So Hebrew ended up in Saudi Arabia. Make that make sense? Saudi Arabia.
It's part of the so-called Afro-Asiatic group of languages. We know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language. You know, it's part of the so-called Afro-Asiatic group of languages, which derive out of East Africa. You know, which came into Saudi Arabia.
All right, hold on for a minute.
You got to understand. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna find. Hopefully, I think I put it in here. It should be towards the end. It's on the link that I gave.
So here we heard him. Hebrew is an African language, right? It derived out of East Africa. I put African, so I made a typo. There's an extra N. They're probably gonna dance about that. Knock yourself out. Which came into Saudi Arabia. Hebrew originated in East Africa and ended up in Saudi Arabia. Not Arabic, Hebrew in Saudi Arabia. Okay, let's continue. Now, Donnie wrote, Bob the Banger cursing under his breath. Bob Funk wrote, what damn linguist will come up with silliness? No, sorry, what damn linguist will come up with such silliness? He's an anthropological linguist and a historian.
It's on page 23.
Okay.
And you'll see that all of these names in the Bible for God are the same names for God in West Africa. How do they have the same names for God? You know, because in the earlier days, they both come out of the same speech community. From the biblical story,
they came out of the same speech communities.
The Hebrew Israelites, as Israelites, their own argument is that they are a mixed people that became a people, a settled population in Canaan. You know, prior to that, you know, you don't know what language they spoke.
You know,
the whole Hebrew language developed. The whole Hebrew language develops in Canaan.
Right.
You know, so the Canaanite.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
So now the Hebrew language developed in Canaan. But earlier he said that, you know, that derived from East Africa. But it's okay.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. They speak in a Canaanite dialect. So speaking a Canaanite dialect, that area where they speaking that is the land of Canaan. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's where their language developed.
Yeah, but they argue again. Think about what their story says.
Okay.
Their story says that their founders came out of Chaldea, which is just right over the Sinai Peninsula, which some people argue is Africa anyway.
So some people apparently argue that Chaldea is Africa anyway. So now we're gonna end this one.
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text. It's just in a different dialectical variation.
Now, the previous article, the video is longer, but it displayed for the record because, you know, I don't think that I would address Clown Wudjau and Clown Emykhet again because at this point, you know, but who knows, you know, I said I don't think. I'm not saying I will not, you know, but people can understand how pseudo they are and who they've been butt kissing for years, you know. So, oh, it's not that one. Hold on. There it is. Continue to do the work. But a decade later, oh, he don't comprehend very well. Make that make sense. Oh, you cannot hear. I'm not sharing the right page. Here it is. Is now Wild Funk wrote a historian that uses biblical text as historical and linguistic facts and evidence. And Wild Funk wrote, "Yo, Shaka, you were interviewed by Ankh Side Piece. I was interviewed by Nikki Love." I'm just gonna leave it at that. But people know the story because you know it was talked about live on air. You know, yeah. Ankh's wife called the show, and she spilled the tea. Anyway,
To give a shout out to Brother Shock.
ex-wife probably, but you know, this stuff that was stated publicly. You know, I'm not trying to find out people's personal slash private lives. You know what I'm saying? But that was public. You know, so.
And continue to do the work. I don't necessarily have a question, but more so a statement of method when we're reading African history, especially dealing with Kemet. As a linguist, the first thing that I usually encourage people to research first is
Funny thing now, this is July 2010. And he said, as a linguist. So 14 years ago, he labeled himself a linguist. Let's continue.
the nature of African languages, because the jewels are in the language. And if you don't speak an African language, if you don't read the Madu Ngeli, which people call Medu Necher, then
I forgot that, but yeah, that according to him, that's how we're supposed to pronounce, you know, Medu Necher, you know, Madu Mbele or Madu Mbale. But you know, hey, let's continue. Let's continue.
and you won't be able.
What was Chikam again? Was it Kemet? You know, Chikam. Some people don't know. This dude is a transformer. Yes, brother Donnie Williams. Yes, 14 years ago. Yes, 14 years ago, I knew he was pseudo, and he knows I know, and he knows I have the receipt.
To decipher the text correctly. And if you're able to read, you'll know for a fact that ancient Egyptian society was not a monolingual society. That's one of the things that we have to establish first. As far as like with the Wudjau by Grapal, it's a dictionary written in German, which is the largest.
Now, Wild Funk wrote, haha, he doesn't even speak an African language. I exposed for that around this time. What's for sure is that he could not translate a few sentences from French to English, but we're supposed to believe his translation from Medu Neter to English. Donnie wrote, Chikam is what he named ancient Egyptian. Okay. All on his own.
Egyptian dictionary that we.
So, ancient Egyptian, the language. So he has Madu Mbele and Chikam. Okay. It doesn't sound similar. Shaking my head.
Okay. They only have about 16,000 words in it. The average language has about 200,000, 500,000 words.
So here here the so-called linguists comparing the Medu Neter, right, spoken thousands of years ago with modern languages, comparing the vocabulary. Like cars, motorcycles, planes, right? Oh, they don't have those words, right? Machine guns, submarines, damn, they had a lot less words. The average language has so many words, I mean, but Clown Emykhet and Clown Wudjau, you can tell where they got their so-called methodology from that pseudo-dune. Wild Funk wrote Dr. Google. Donnie Williams wrote how many words again? Let's go back.
Especially like has about 6 largest Egyptian
So
dictionaries.
first he's talking about the Wörterbuch. I don't speak German, so my pronunciation may not be the best, but we all know the Wörterbuch.
That we have. They only have about 16,000 words in it. The average language has about 200,000, 500,000 words. And especially like we're talking about in our modern dictionaries. This informs us that what you call the Egyptian language is a lingua franca. And a lingua franca usually starts off as a trade language. This means that these are dozens of different type of ethnic groups. If you listen to Dr. Ben, he'll tell you that the 42 names were 42 different African ethnic groups. And this is one thing that people get confused when they talk about who's an ancient Egyptian and things. Now, when we're talking about Hebrews, Hebrews are Egyptian. And
Hebrews are Egyptian. That's what he said. Wild Funk wrote LOL. Wudjau was master teacher. Sadly, and Garfield reads on tape saying that Asar Imhotep is his master teacher. So several times, I kind of, made fun of that. When your master teacher is a pseudo, I mean, and no telling what your information will be like,
They're just Egyptians who just got fed up with Egyptian politics and decided to come.
So Hebrews are just Egyptians who are fed up with Egyptian politics. Wild Funk wrote, haha, Sanjeti is a trip. He literally makes this stuff up. Well, right now, this is a Asar Imhotep, so I don't know what it is with Sanjeti, but everybody feel free, Sanjeti is saying the same thing that, but when you don't have them on record, they will freestyle, say, no, I didn't say that. No, you didn't hear me well. You did not comprehend. You didn't understand. But when you play them, it's something else.
I'm sorry, my brother. I'm sorry, brother Saul Hotep. I would like to ask you something. You said the Hebrews were Egyptian. So when we say Hebrews, how far does that go back?
It goes back actually to ancient times.
Is it recorded? That's what I mean.
I'm gonna give you some sources. First book you need to get. The first book you need to get is by linguists. It's a Nigerian brother by the name of Modupe Oduyoye.
Wrote the Bible.
So I asked him about record. He's claiming, about the Hebrews, and now he's giving me a book title. Like I'm gonna go and read a whole book over his claim. Homie, please.
But are you telling me that in that book is recorded? They have a recorded artifact or anything that says Hebrew?
For one thing, the word isn't Hebrew. The word is Iber Aryan. And your Eber people are the same people that you get the word Afri from.
So Iber Aim, like when it ends in im, that's the plural in the Hebrew language, right? But I told you about Eber, right? That's what people will say when we deal with the etymology, or origin of the word Hebrew, right? Eber. But in the Hebrew language, I don't think it's Eber, Well, what's for sure is what we call Hebrew in English, if I'm not mistaken. In the Hebrew language, it is Ivri, isn't it? But anyway, while Funk is laughing, we're gonna laugh a bit about his claims.
The same word Afri is where you get the word Fula from, or Pool from, or Puro, or Bororo, or Afer, or
agree.
Okay.
It's a group of nomads who used to roam North Africa and Arabia in ancient times. These are the same words just said differently in different dialects, and you find them in the ancient Egyptian records.
Bob Funk wrote this guy is a comedian. This is the guy that Clan Emykhet and Clan Wudjau have been butt kissing for years.
And so you saying yeah, you're saying Ibrahim, so that's Ra, Ra, R-A, and then Im, like Imhotep. Is that it? E-B-E-R. That's the.
So I was asking him because some people have said that the name Ibrahim comes from Ibrahim. So I was asking him, this is a question, just making sure if this is what he was claiming as well.
That's the root. When you put the ayin in the Hebrew language, that makes it plural. So that's when you say Hebrews, or they say Ibrahim. It's like almost like a guttural stop. Because the reason I was asking you, because I'm trying to be very careful with that. It's like some people saying, for example, thought Moses was Moses, or Jesus was Horus or Heru, and now you saying Hebrews were in fact Ibrahim or Ibrahim. And I mean, if it's just like, for example, you must be, I'm sure you're familiar with the Israel Stella, the Victory Stella of Merneptah, where the first mention of Israel allegedly, it says Israel. So that's why, I'm trying to.
Wafon wrote, so what does he say about Aramaic then? People are free to ask him, but at this point, people can see that for 14 years he's been pseudo making things up. In my opinion, it's pointless to ask him anything or listen to what he says and claims, because 14 years is a long time. Over a decade. Like the dude has been consistent, and I'm saying 14 years on tape. You can imagine, because I didn't read his books. You know what I'm saying? But if people want to go that route, they can do their thing. You know what I'm saying? But people can ask him, if people want to laugh and hear, stand-up comedy show, then they can ask him what he stands on Aramaic is. This dude's been pseudo consistently for over a damn decade, man. 14 years at least. Besides him plagiarizing, several authors, several different books.
Tell people that if he says Israel, don't say he says Israel, Israel. He says Israel. Merneptah, the Israel Stella, the Victory Stella of Merneptah, where the first mention of Israel allegedly, he says Israel. So that's why, I'm trying to tell people that if he says Israel, don't say he says Israel, Israel, that's when Israel becomes an actual state. When you actually hear about the Eber or the Aparu is the same word as Eber, it's the same word as Fula, it's the same word.
Aparu is the same as Eber, is the same as Fula. Oh, snap.
And when you look at the hieroglyphs, you notice that when they name these people, they don't name a land. Like when you see the Israel stealing, you see the foreign land glyph, the mountain glyph as a determinative that lets you know that it is a state, it's a polity. But prior to that, your Apuru, it doesn't have any of that. It just has the man with the walking shepherd stick. Will let you know that these were just nomads. The word Eber means to pass by. It means a nomad. It was just a general term for those pastoralists who used to roam North Africa. This is the term given to them. That's what a Hebrew means, and that's part of what they talk about in their story. They never had a homeland, not until 1940. Okay, brother, please, can you tell me on which document that word is written? Eber, what Eber is?
See, I've been asking for records for over a decade. You know what I'm saying? Wild Funk wrote what?
Whatever. Can you tell me which document is written in? If you read any of the Hebrew text, when they talk about Eber, they say Eber and Eber-ayim. No, but the Hebrew text, they're very recent. You said, because you talk. Is it recorded? I mean, which Hebrew text? Which Hebrew text is it written in? I mean, any Hebrew text. You just look at, but I mean, a Hebrew text. They said that there's the opening too, so I don't take that as relevant. Listen. This is what you do. You get yourself a Bible that has one side English and the other.
No,
side.
my brother, I'm sorry. The Bible.
Did you hear Unc laugh? Bobby Banger, now that's how people know him as, you know what I'm saying? But when he said you get the Bible, Unc laugh. Let's go back.
So I don't take that as relevant.
Listen. This is what you do. You get yourself a Bible that has one side English and the.
Well, from wrote LOL. I can't imagine what you were thinking when you were hearing this rubbish. I think I had heard him a few times before, but who knows? Maybe it was once or twice, right? And you even gonna hear me say, I think he know. Basically, I'm gonna tell him, I think you know the meta nature better than me or more than me, right? Because that's what I thought. But my goodness, indeed, I was very surprised and I was very patient as well. But I was being interviewed, you know what I'm saying? And mind you, I don't remember what time it was then, but the Amen Ra squad from 2010 until 2011, I was waking up like 4 a.m. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what time it was, but but anyway, let's continue.
No, my brother, I'm sorry. The Bible is a book about theology. I cannot take a book about theology with not history. And well, you see that's where we have a problem. We have a disagreement. It's all good, my brother. But the thing is that I don't see. I'm not comfortable taking the Bible and taking names and then say, okay, that those people were there in history. That's theology.
Okay,
That's not a
this
historical book.
is why I'm giving you references from African linguists who have done the historical comparative linguistics.
But did I tell you earlier? You asked for a record about the claim. Now you are told a book title or the name of an author.
Is from African linguists.
That's theology.
Okay,
that's not a historical book.
This is why I'm giving you references from African linguists who have done the historical comparative linguistics and compared the documents.
Compare.
Are you ready? Okay.
Sorry.
Again, the first book that I'm giving you is by Wudjau.
Sounds like he asked, "Have you read it?"
Sorry.
Again, and compared the documents.
Compare.
Are you ready?
Maybe he said no. Well, anyway, regardless.
Okay.
Sorry.
Again, the first book that I'm giving you is by Wudjau Emykhet. He's a linguist who specializes.
And it's not one book. Well, I started calling him Wudjau Emykhet Valentine in 2013. I didn't know that.
Specializes in Yoruba, ancient Egyptian, and the Semitic languages. The book is called
Semitic language. There we go. When you say Semitic, you're talking about Shem. You're talking about the fictional son of Noah.
Regardless of what we want to call it, this is the linguistic category. So we're talking about linguistics here, not actual ethnic groups, other than the Yoruba.
Okay. I mean, it's all good. We just have a slight disagreement. It's all good. You made your point. I think I don't know if we have many other callers though. Can I ask Brother Star a question? What's up, Brother Star?
I heard enough at that point, but Ankh, and so he's gonna talk some more.
I've heard what's good with you, man. I've heard that methodology too, as far as making them. What would make them ancient Egyptians? We know that term wasn't even around. When you say that, let's just clarify that. What would make them? Now you said it was nomadic people just roaming around doing nothing. So what would make them considered to be part of the nation if they just roaming around doing nothing? Wouldn't we put them in the classification of the Asiatics?
These are part what you would call semi-nomadic.
Okay.
And that means they were seasonal pastoralists. And basically this is just how ancient Egypt was. They were seasonal workers. So sometimes they'll be farmers, sometimes they'll be builders. It's the same thing. Like if you look at your Afar people, they're semi-nomads.
Okay.
For part of a season they stay in place, and then the other half they're pastoralists. If you read the book The Unity of African Ancient History by Dr. Felix A. Chimey, he breaks down, and matter of fact, Chancellor William does the same thing. As far as these individuals who lived in the Delta, these are where your Hebrew or Ibrahim's or Aparu individuals.
Wafon wrote semi-nomadic, bro.
used to stay there and in Libya. You know, if you get another book, it's a linguistic book. So you're gonna have a linguistic background to really get this.
You're gonna have to have a linguistic background to get this. Now, I'm talking about history. He makes historical claims, and I ask him, "What's the record?" Right? And now he gives me two linguistic books. Make sense, man. But he has pseudo clowns who've been, nodding their head and agreeing with whatever he said. You know what I'm saying? Because flaw derives from the meta nature kepet, right? What from I'm rolling on the floor.
It's called The African Origins of Classical Civilization by Dr. J.G.K. Campbell Dunn. He's a European linguist. He's a European linguist out of New Zealand. He has two books which are of interest to this conversation. That one I just named, The African Origins of Classical Civilization, and the other one is called Who Were the Minoans? An African Answer. Both of these are written by Dr. G.J.K. Campbell Dunn. And he talks about how, like, your Fulani, your Aparu, your Eber people in ancient times, these are the same people who were in Minoan Crete. In ancient times.
My brother, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Hapiru is.
Did you hear what he just said? Hold on.
African Answer. Both of these are written by Dr. G.J.K. Campbell people in ancient times. These are the same people who were in Paru, your Eber people in ancient.
Iparu, Eber people.
Ancient times. These are the same people who were in
These are the same people.
In Minoan Crete.
In Minoan Crete. Let's hear that again. Hold on.
Answer. Both of these are written by Dr. G.J.K. Campbell Dunn. And he talks about how, like, your Fulani, your Aparu, your Eber people in ancient times, these are the same people who were in Minoan Crete in ancient times.
My brother, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Hapiru is not Hebrew.
In ancient times.
My brother, I'm
the same people who were in Minoan Crete.
Minoan Crete. Crete Island, Greek Island, Fulani, Aparu, Eber people, the same people who were in Minoan Crete.
In ancient times.
My brother, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Hapiru is not Hebrew. You understand? And brother Unc asked you, how does that make them Egyptian? And you said that they're just nomad, and you just mentioned people being in Libya.
I just said earlier that when you talk about Egyptian is not an ethnic group.
Right,
it is a confederacy of various different ethnic groups. One of those 42 ethnic groups that you'll hear Dr. Ben and anybody who has been to Kemet and talk to the people and who still have the oral tradition, they will tell you that the 42 nomes of Egypt were 42 different ethnic groups. These are different.
Yeah, but it's still in Egypt. The nomes are. But the nomes are in Egypt. So you said it yourself. The nomes of Egypt. They're 42 indeed, and it's in Egypt.
If I'm talking about if they are your delta. Remember this. Remember the whole story of the unification of the two lands. These were two different language families. These were two different clusters of people, two different nations that under Narmer was united during the first dynasty of the war. Your people.
I think we might as well take other colors because we know where we disagree, so it's all good. We might build on that another time, but I just disagree with you. That's all.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'll put together a document. I'll put together a document with my references and sources, and we can talk about.
Because the Hapiru, they were considered foreigners. They were not considered Egyptians. So, but it's all good. It's all love. I think we have many colors. So.
Brother, let me ask you a question. You got Mark Burnell's third work dealing with linguistics. You got that?
Yes, I do. I have volume 3. I'm looking at it. It's in my hand right now.
Right, I was reading chapter 1. What you think about that book?
I think it actually does a good job. He's still kind of in the Eurocentric where he really doesn't know who the ancient Hebrews were. And that's why I recommend Dr. Madupe Oduyoye's work, because he breaks it down too in the Sahara times. Not only that, it's another linguist by the name of Abu Bakr Musalam, who has written a book, The Nile Valley, or the Sahara or the Nile Valley. And he has also written another book on the origins of the Fulani. They're all written in French, but you have to look his name up. It's Abu Bakr.
Yeah. 14 years ago, he mentioned books written in French. Do you think that 14 years ago he could read books in French when I have shown that very recently he could not even translate a few French sentences? Wapfunk wrote, honestly, I don't even think dude is even a computer engineer. I would ask him computer science questions when they first brought me into the Amen Ra squad, and I could tell straight away he wasn't. Has he ever shown any degree? You know, what's hidden will come to the light, you know.
Musa Lam. He's head over the Department of, I think, of Linguistics at the Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal. You know, he's like one of the top Egyptologists in Africa, who backs up everything that I'm saying now. So when I put together this document, I'm gonna put all of my resources and we'll compare them to what has been said here, and we'll get some clarity.
You're gonna put it on the Ning site. You're gonna put it on the Ning site. You're gonna put it on the Ning site. Are you gonna put that document on the Ning site like you did the last one?
Yeah, I'll put that. I'll do that as well, and of course it'll be on my site as well.
Okay, all right. Appreciate you, there, brother. And you know, there's a lot we need to learn, and we learn every single day. And we agree sometimes, sometimes we don't.
That's right. That's right. Can I ask a question to us, sir?
So now that's my second exchange with Asar Imhotep. Now the date is written.
Go ahead. I mean,
this time is a year later, April 2011.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Shaka.
Go ahead, brother Shaka. Yeah. Asar Imhotep, how are you doing?
Doing well. I'm doing well.
My question to you, are you saying that there was Hebrews in Kemet?
Okay. I don't know if I dealt with this. I recently wrote a book, The Passion of the Christ or The Passion of Osiris, and the Congo origins of the Jesus myth. And I addressed that because I remember we had this conversation the last time. And to understand that the word Hebrew is an ancient word, and all it means is it's a term that refers to people who are nomads or pastoralists. There are all kinds of Hebrews on the.
Wapfunk wrote, just his logic doesn't have a tertiary process. It's easy to tell.
Continent of Africa. One of your most well-known Hebrews, quote unquote, if we want to use that term, is your Fulani individuals. Your
one of your most well-known Hebrew is your Fulani.
Your pastoralist cattle herders who've been roaming North Africa and Asia since time immemorial. You would have to. It's kind of hard to explain on the phone without you actually seeing it. You have to look at the names, their meanings, and the consonant roots and no sound mutation, because there's you won't recognize the word Hebrew, the root being Eber, which is a BR root, and the word the.
Now, mind you, I asked him, "Are you saying there were Hebrews in Kemet?" And he's been spitting.
Letter B, which is a voice labial, can be D-voiced. And when it's D-voiced, the B becomes a P sound. Sometimes that P sound will turn into an F or a V sound. And the root word of the word Fulani is Fula. The R's and L's also interchange. You have your Abar people that are in Ethiopia. You have your
he meant Fulani people. You know, yes, indeed, Fulani. Wapfunk wrote Fulanis were roaming North Africa and Asia when? And long time ago, and I think it's probably maybe on the places. Yeah, it's not written on the article, but I've said over the years, name, dates, and places. Name, dates, and places. When people make claims about history, name, date, and place. Place meaning location, of course. Let's start with that. Because we hear, oh, the Hebrews, were, the people in Canaan, they were black. The people in Arabia, they were black. When? What date? Oh, hold on.
Are Bororos who were in Ethiopia. The same Fulani who were called Fulani in Senegal, in Nigeria are called Bororo. You know, and then you have these other folks. That's why I'm leading.
Mind you, I asked him if there were Hebrews in Kemet. He's talking about, Senegal, all these different countries.
Towards the same root being in as far as Ivory is concerned, because these also, if you research who these Ivory people are, they were semi-nomad and cow herders, just like all the rest of them who were named that. Your people who are the Afar in like Somalia, these are the same people. And when you look even at their visage, they kind of all have the same look as well. They all have an East African origin. And it's these individuals who were just roaming, North Africa, going all the way into West Africa, in Central Asia, now called the Middle East or whatnot. They all had the same name.
They all had the same name in the Middle East also.
There's a historian by the name of Yosef Ben Levi. He argues that it is not a historical people. But I tend to agree with Modupe Oduyoye, who's the linguist out of Nigeria, who first brought this to light. And based upon the linguistic evidence that he brought, and some other information, some other linguistic evidence coming from people like G.J.K. Campbell Dunn, these are ancient people who this isn't a name that somebody just bestowed on just a random group of people. It's a group, it's a gang of people with the same name. So this cannot be a coincidence in terms of the Hebrew. The Hebrew is just one branch of these nomadic pastoralists, these ancient nomadic pastoralists. And there's different ways that you can tell that the early Hebrews, the ancestors of who became the Hebrews of Israel, lived in the Sahara region in ancient times, because they share the same roots and the same stories and the same deities, for instance, as the Yoruba people and some in the Hausa and Igbo people. And
but with all due respect, my brother, I apologize, but with all due respect, would your answer be yes or no?
Yes. What I'm telling you is that the Hebrews existed in North Africa, in Egypt. They existed in Somalia.
The Hebrews existed in Egypt, in Somalia,
exist in Senegal.
in Senegal,
exist in Mauritania.
in Mauritania.
They exist. They even exist Minoa in Minoa Crete.
They even existed in Minoa Crete. Wafunk wrote rubbish. But they call that scholarship. Wudjau Emykhet, Clown, Wudjau. Ask them.
Yes, yes. Who would? Yes, sorry, brother. Because I just needed to know.
Wafunk wrote he should be ashamed. Well, he is actually proud.
For your answer now, the question I have for you now: if they existed in Kemet, what was the name that they were called in Meduneta? And can you tell me one reference where that name is, one record of that name?
Well, you can call them the Aparu. These are your nomadic folks who were giving them hell.
So Hebrews, you can call them Aparu. I asked him for one reference, right?
In the ancient
Aparu, and yeah. And can you give me a reference where it's written?
Hold on, Asar. What I'm
That's Sanjeti. That's Sanjeti. Let's hear him.
going to do while y'all discussing, I'm going to pull something up and I'm going to send it to Brother Ankh, and Ankh, you can post it in the chat room for Brother Shaka, and I'll go ahead and try to give you that reference when we're looking up right now.
Now, for the record, that wasn't this time. The first excerpt that I played, that was me being interviewed by Nikki Love. This time it was the Amen Ra Squad show on BTR Blog Talk Radio.
Kind of support what Asar saying there because I've seen reference on that.
He said he's going to support what Asar was saying, that Hebrews were the apparel.
Where the of the apparel. So go ahead, continue.
Apparel. Oh, I heard of that as well, but
what I'm trying to
did you say apparel or apparel?
Apparel, the APR. What you got to understand is you have to learn linguistics and commutation, and then add that on with your archaeological and anthropological studies. These people existed in North Africa and Central Asia, and there's many different that'll point you to that. One reference I'm going to give you, and so you can learn the linguistic aspect. It's Modupe Oyoye. He has a book called...
Hold on, brother Asar, I'm sorry. Just before you go on, can you please give me the record where I can find apparel?
No, hold on. I'm to give you. Hold that note. My citations in my book, but I don't have it on my hand right now. You can just get any dictionary, any Egyptian dictionary, and look up the word people.
I'm asking him for the record in Metanetra. He's telling me you can get any dictionary. Let's continue.
Well, I deal with primary sources. That's the reason why I was asking you. But
I deal with primary sources. That's the reason I was asking you.
We can talk about it another time. If you have a record, then I'd be glad to look at it. But if there's no record, then it's only speculation as far as I'm concerned.
If there's no record, it's only speculation as far as I'm concerned.
Or some places. You can also read Yosef Ben Levi's article in Kemet in the African Way, edited by Malana Karanga and Jacob Carruthers. And he talks about the whole Hyksos and all of this other kind of stuff. And you'll find there as well.
The Hyksos is something different as far as I'm concerned. The Hyksos is something totally different than Afar as far as I'm concerned. So it's so good. It's nothing against you. You know that I disagree with your claim. So I'm just trying to ask a question, just like I did with Ishmael Allah, and once again I don't have no record, so I'm going to leave it at that for now.
This is what I do. Because I don't like debating over the phone. I write articles, and I write and to show you the linguistic aspect of this and in the Egyptian records, and then you can write an article in response back. Because the going back over and forth over the phone over something that you have to see, you keep denying this, but you won't even go into the records. And
you keep denying this. He did not name a single record. That's the reason why I wrote an article, because he said that he was going to write an article. And then I wrote a second one when he doubled down or, maintained his claim that they were Hebrews in Kemet. So the two links are in the chat. First article I wrote, well, that's the video, but here it is. Asar Imhotep Asar Imhotep invalid claim of Hebrews in Kemet. And then the second one, Asar Imhotep weak scholarship. Let's continue.
And look at the arguments, because we had this discussion before, and I'm giving you references to where you can read, these particular articles. You can read any dictionary and they'll tell you who the Paru are.
You can read any dictionary and it tell you who the Aparu are. So dictionary says that the Aparu are Hebrews. So there's no record in Kemet. There's no record of Aparu. Scholars said that the Aparus are Hebrews. Anyway.
But Asar Imhotep, I want to say something. I personally think that you know the Medunator more than me, from what I've heard you saying. And I think you know as well as me. I think that you know the Medunator more than me.
I was dead wrong, but I had heard him a few times before, and I thought he knew the Bendonetter more than me, so I told him that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's continue.
All the time I heard you speak, and you're very good with linguistics. So that's what I think. I think you know it better than me. And I think you know as well as me that when we're talking about Kemet, because there's so many records, whatever word we're talking about, it is written somewhere. And that's the reason why I'm asking for the record. Now, when it comes to the linguistic methodology that you're using, I'm not denying that. But once again, I take it as speculation. If our people in Kemet call them Afaru, then it must be written somewhere. And that's the only thing I'm asking for now. And then I can take it further. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from, but you're not making any sense.
I understand where you're coming from, but you're not making any sense. Says the guy who could not give one single record, not one. And indeed, he has not changed. 14 years later, he's still that much of a clown and a pseudo.
For one, if we're talking about the Hebrews or nomadic peoples, where do you think the ancient Egyptian records is going to say that they exist?
No, hold on, brother. I think we just misunderstanding. Did you say?
Hold on. I got the reference. I got the document for you. I have the document.
That's Son Jetty right now speaking. He says, I got the document for you.
Okay.
And you know to ask for a record, right?
You can go just look up British Museum papyrus number 9900. Okay.
You send it to me, yo?
Okay, that's the papyrus number.
Did you send it to me?
That papyrus. Oh yeah. I'm gonna pull it up on the internet. I just got it out of a book reference. Book reference out of Budges, Ian Wallace Budges, Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, volume number 1, Roman numeral page Roman numeral LXXX. Okay, at the bottom where it says Harris 1. All right. I'm going to pull it up on the internet, then I'm going to email it to you. All right. But that's the primary document. You can find that word Aparo or Aperiu. All right. Y'all can continue. I just want to get that reference in there.
And
but that's not the same word. Is that the same word?
Yes.
Listen.
Yes, it is.
What he can do is he can just look up in most of them primary dictionaries, because the dictionaries will tell you exactly which papyruses that you can find these terms. Budge does that.
No,
I know.
No, they don't always do that. That's the reason I was asking.
They don't always do that, but sometimes they break it up. They'll tell you that this is a nomadic people as far as the word is concerned. And so it's so many different ways that you can approach this. You can even go into archaeological records, because the early Hebrew coins, they have Egyptian writing. They have Egyptian deities and stuff on the coin. Where did they get this stuff from? You know, like that's what I'm saying. You approach this. You have to approach this systematically, which can be easily done.
Yeah, but you see, Asa Imhotep, the things that if they were called Afaru, then we should call them Afaru, not Hebrews. Is that making sense to you?
You don't get it. You don't get it. There's
no, but I'm asking you a question. Is that making sense to you or not? Because we say Kemet, we don't say
let me give it a shot.
That's Sanjay again. You know, he was, hey, riding that same bus. Let's say, Wafong wrote, so Hebrews were still foreigners. I mean, these transformers, I'm telling you.
Shaka, what he's saying is, when we get into linguistics, right, and you know as well as all of us that you can have a word that can go through morphology, okay, over time. What Asar is saying is that it's the same root and it has the same meaning. So when he mentioned
same root and it has the same meaning, he's being the hype man right now.
Well, Afar, if I'm saying that correctly, Asar, or Afar, AFR or APR, as an example, he's saying that the word went through a morphological change, but it's the same meaning. That's what he's saying. So later on, it become Hebrew because of the change of the F, the P.
He said that word became Hebrew. Let's hear it again.
Same meaning. That's what he's saying. So later on, it become Hebrew.
Oh, snap. Later on, it becomes Hebrew.
Hebrew is just a crazy English word. Crazy.
We have a chance to talk.
That's what he's saying. APR, as an example, he's saying that the word went through a morphological change, but it's the same meaning. That's what he's saying. So later on, it become Hebrew because of the change of the F, the P, and R. Go ahead.
I understand I understand this what you're saying. I understand the reasoning. You understand what I'm saying? I just disagree with the claim. But now let me ask you that question, Sinjeri. Do you think that it was Hebrews in Kemet?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that real quick?
No. Hold on. Let him answer first. Sinjeri, do you think that
do I think that there were people that were called Afaru in the word later changed?
No. That's not what I'm asking you, Sinjeri. Sinjeri, I'm asking.
Good. He ran. I'm asking him a very simple question. Do you think that there were Hebrews in Kemet?
Asking you, do you think that there was Hebrews in Kemet?
I'm answering your question. Are you asking me the phone?
I'm answering your question. Are you asking me what time it is or what's the weather today? What reasoning? There's no reasoning there. Hey, I was just being diplomatic.
Can I find? Hold on. Are you asking me? Can I find the word Hebrew?
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you the same question that I asked SI Mote. But it's okay. We're gonna leave it out.
I can answer that question real quick for y'all.
9900. I will look it up. I will look it up, brother. I want to thank you, Asai Hotep, and I want to thank you, Sinjeri. I will look up the reference 9900, and we have a chance to talk about it maybe in another platform in another way. Because I don't want to.
You can come back on that. You'll find that. I mean, the reality of it, when you really study the word, you're simply talking about nomadic. Yes, it was nomadic people in Egypt. That ain't hard to figure that out.
I mean, if you just
if you ask me, was it the people? Yeah, if you ask me, is that the people that did the Bible? I'm gonna say no. But if you start to study anthropology, right, you do have a nomadic population that was in Egypt. You just do, and they going back and forth, Asiatic type people. You do have that in written records, going by a couple different names. Hebrew is just a crazy English word, crazy shit. That's not, you know what I'm saying?
Nomadic vagabonds. They were the nomad people.
That's right. But I think you agree with me that when we say Hebrews, people don't think the first word that comes in their mind is not nobody.
They're not educated.
It's Israelites, and it's the stories of the Torah.
Okay, and in order to, I think we all, in fact, what you just said, we all agree with that. Like we're all on the same page. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. These are nomadic vagabond warmongers. We all agree. We all agree on that.
They ain't about the 10 Commandments, yo. Nah.
But maybe I can ask one more question to Brother Osar. Those Afaru, were they black?
Yeah, they were kind of. It depends on which.
So those Hebrews in Kemet, were they black?
About. There was a group that is a mix. Those are the ones that you find primarily in Arabia. Even the word, what's the name? Your Arab. Your Arab is the same word. It's the same word as Hebrew, but by metathesis. What you got to understand is linguistics and study the actual Hebrew language, because you'll understand that the H is just a prefix. The root is Eber. Even in their story, they said it came from Eber. Not Hebrew.
Hold on, Asal. Hold on 1 second. You got 1 minute left to call in. The calling number is 347-857-2055, and we're gonna make sure we put out documented evidence in that chat room on the DNA proving that all life stems from Africa. That's all.
That's interesting what you're saying, Osar. Even though I disagree, that's interesting. But were the Hyksos black?
I don't know about
you mean African? No. I can. They was a coalition. It was a different groups of Asiatic people, and you also got like
let us answer, Uncle.
On that, and I don't think the Hyksos were necessarily black folks, and he actually links them with Syrians. So like again, Get Kemet in the African Way by Milana Karenga and Jacob
The African
Carruthers.
worldview. Oh, no, it's Kemet in the African worldview.
And read Dr. Yosef Ben Levy's article on the Hyksos, and he provides some very good information on who the Hyksos were. But as far as black is concerned, I wouldn't deem them black folks. But your Hebrew, original Hebrews, yes, because
Original Hebrews, yes. So he said there were Hebrews in Kemet, and the original Hebrews are black.
linguistics and the historical records say so. And you still have Hebrews. Fulanis are black as hell. The Afar are still black as hell. Your Abaroros are still black as hell. Your Afri, your Avrigas are still they look kind of mixed, but they're your original, kind of Tuaregs and Amazighs. And a lot of records are demonstrating that ancient Arabia was populated by black folks. So it's
Ancient Arabia was populated by black folks. Well, from wrote Osar, his two clowns are even making Ankh seem smart there.
not hard to it's not hard to think of these folks as black originally. But again, if you read Yosef Ben Levy's article, he discusses many of the Germanic tribes who came from the Caucasus and the steppes of Russia and wreaked havoc into what is called the Middle East right now. And this is where you're starting to get a lot of that admixture, coming in. But we cannot put racial 21st century racial concepts in the ancient world because they didn't care. It was about alliances because remember your Cushites aligned with the Hyksos to try to take over Egypt, and their letter was intercepted. It wasn't about race. Race is a new construct as far as world history is concerned. So wait.
I got a quick question, man. I got a question. Let me just ask a question real quick. I want to ask a question to Asar Imhotep. My question is, in terms of these original Hebrews, were these the people that wrote or the authors of writing the Bible in terms of the Old Testament, stuff like that?
I don't know. I think the old stories, or many of the old stories, are African, but I think the people who actually wrote them.
Many of the old Hebrew stories are African. That's what he thinks. That's what he thought then.
That stuff down. These are some of the people who were your Germanic tribe folks who came in and became quote unquote Hebrews.
And what's interesting is that let's hear what he says.
People who actually wrote that stuff down. These stories are African, but I think the people who actually wrote that stuff down.
But he thinks that the people who wrote that stuff down.
These are some of the people who were your Germanic tribe.
Some of the people, the Germanic tribes. But what did he say previously? They had to exist because they wrote the book. That's what he said. But who wrote the book then? This dude is just all over the damn place.
Folks who came in and became quote unquote Hebrews. But the story, and when you compare like the deities in the Bible and compare them, for instance, like how I do with the Yoruba Orishas, they're the same deity. When we talk about Ogun and Abel and Eshu or Legba, who's known as Gabriel, again, it's another word, metathesis. And this is where linguistics can clear this matter up. And they existed. The ancestors of the Hebrews existed in Central North Africa, in the Sahara, where it was dry. And as they moved out, most of them moved into what is the Delta area and the Middle East, whilst the other ones moved down into Nigeria and Chad.
We heard it. So people know how deep the pseudo claims are and how far back they go. It's a hustle. It's a hustle. Let's just make claims. People who disagree with our claims, we're going to call them, all kind of things. Ad hominems, we're going to say that they lack comprehension, right? We're going to cite scholars. We're going to cite books. We're not going to cite records about what we're claiming. Today, we heard Wudjau, that dude on the left, say that Kim being a title, everybody and their mother knows it. That's Isfet. That's disorder. Now, they will call that methodology, you know. What methodology are you using? Allah is in the Egyptian text. Allah is an indigenous African god. Those people on the screen, they support these claims. And many of the other funky claims that we've heard. Here are your Isfet teachers. Teachers of disorder, chaos, falsehood, pseudo claims. And they have no problem with Osar Imhotep calling himself a linguist. And I think that Wudjau is on tape saying that Osar Imhotep is a linguist. How long will it take before he calls himself a linguist, if he has not done that already? They had a good run, thanks to the House of Consciousness and the moderator only found Mika, but now it's over. Who knows? Frank is listening closely. He may contact them. He may get them on his platform. Who knows? But regardless. Now, the funny thing is that they talk about linguistics. How many languages does Osar Imhotep speak besides English? Is he fluent in any other language besides his mother tongue? They had a good run because they had Ankh, who then made excuses for teaching like Africans are living a jungle life. He made excuses for teaching such as black means death according to science. That's why I parted away from the Amenwa squad. Years later, he apologized. So you had on one hand Ankh, on the other hand, you know, only find Mika using her oral skills to get to the top. But now, you know, that's about it now. Scholarship, methodology, good character, lying publicly live on air, good character. Okay, to each his own. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to buy the net channel, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do it to do any channel. Hotep.
Easy, you know what I'm saying? Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.